You are listening to Zen and the Art of Triathlon.
Well, hey there, all you triathlon studs and studettes. This is Coach Brett with another great episode of Zen and the Art of Triathlon. All right, we have Phil Maffetone on today. This guy was Mark Allen's coach back in the day, and we talk about so much stuff. Music, metabolic efficiency, music, fueling, music, and I think I've made a friend, man, because after the phone call, we started talking more and more about music and exchanging a few emails. So I think we're going to have him on a lot more shows. And also, we have the triathlon news that is brought to us with Sonja Wieck. Go Sonja on Twitter, and also of the famous triathlon blog, GoSonja.com, based out of Denver. And then we have a 2-hour training log where I bring you all kinds of information about training and racing at the Ironman level. Lots of food experimentation and cool stuff like that. So let's go ahead and get started with the news. And before we do that, I want to mention that the news is brought to you by Amrita Bars. So you can go to Amrita, Google Amrita, because there's just so many results there, and then get to their main page, and you can get to the discount code whenever you buy Amrita Bars, and if you use Zen, you get, as a discount code, you get 15% off, man. That is a huge discount, and I use Amrita Bars all the time, and I love eating them because they are actually really clean, good nutrition, a nice balance of carbs and protein and fat, and just really great stuff for your training and racing needs. So let's get into the news, but don't forget about Amrita Bars. All right, go check them out. Okay, let's see. Let me grab my typewriter here and get to the news desk. And where's Sonja? Okay, there's Sonja over there. Let's put it together, and here we go. All right, we are here with Sonja Wieck, the famous Sonja Wieck of Go Sonja. So I was reading through your blog, and you've got some recent posts with video of Angela Nath hanging out at your house, and a whole bunch of cool stuff, and a lot of cool hats.
Yeah, I've been trying to I started this video blog with this desire. Really, my dad gave me a GoPro, his old GoPro, and I thought, what could I do with this? I love taking video and making little movies and stuff, so I thought I would do a video blog. So I tried to do 5 to 10 minutes a day, not every day, but I'm trying to do 100 days of video blogging this year. It's been fun.
You think you're gonna get there?
Yeah, I'm on day 29, and it's only February. So
all right, cool.
I'm thinking more and more about fun ones I can do when I go places, to new experiences and races and stuff like that. So let's move. So Sonja's going to cover the news stories with us. Let's move the one that's got a little bit of travel in it here up to the top. Okay.
We're both looking at a live document at the same news story. So the first story is Angela Nath wins Panama 70.3.
Yep.
And then moves in with Sonja.
No, that's not quite right, but I'll tell you what happened.
Yeah.
She had to go from Panama to her sponsor, Pearl Izumi. She's sponsored by Pearl Izumi and
Shimano, right, all together.
Shimano, Pearl Izumi, she's got a ton of sponsors. She's cool like that. And so she just booked her flight a few days early so she wouldn't go from Panama to Vegas and then sort of have to turn around 24 hours later and go to Denver. She just came in and visited me for a couple nights, and it was really cool to have her and to get to mama bear her.
Yeah.
Take care of her and cook her food and make her sleep.
She mentioned on Twitter that she was still feeling a little bit of heat stroke from the race. So she just needed a rest and recovery after that race, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of a lot of travel. Go to Panama, then go to Denver. She did a run. We did a run together when she was here, and I didn't see any heat stroke. I was trying to keep up, and She was running not fast, but just enough to where I was like, my heart rate was up there a little bit. She seemed fine to me. But then again, like the girl is really fast.
Yeah. It's super inspirational to have a pro come stay with you too.
Oh, the most inspirational part, inspirational or like the thing I always learn when I'm around Angela is she doesn't make any decision. Every single decision she makes has performance in mind. Every single one. So like when you and I are like, oh, it's 9 p.m. Like, I don't know, maybe we'll turn on House of Cards or play some Candy Crush. Angela walks downstairs and puts herself to bed. Like she just does. She does those like all those little things when we're in the fridge, like opening the fridge, looking for a snack, wondering what we can have. Like Angela makes herself some chicken and some sweet potato and sits down and has a meal. Like she just does every single decision she makes. Like she's obviously not perfect, but it's just like her performance comes from her core so deeply that every decision she makes is in line with that. And there's no conflict there. It just is what she does. It really is like a true example of what it means to be professional.
Yeah, and I've noticed. Okay, so she won that race in 2012, and then when asked, was it you that asked her why she didn't race last year? She said that she didn't feel like she was totally ready to race, so she didn't even go to defend her title. Right? That's such a pro decision right there. I
remember talking to her about that last year too, and like she knew she wasn't ready to toe the line. She knew she wasn't ready to give it all she had. And nope, pulled her ticket, like professional.
So she said that, so she's trying to qualify for Kona this year.
Yeah.
And she's going to go to, is the Australian race in Melbourne? Is that the race?
Yep.
And she asked you to Sherpa for her?
Yeah. She called and asked if I would go and be her Sherpa. I think her husband, Paul, has a wedding that he has to go to, or else I'm sure it would have been Paul.
Yeah.
But she asked me to come, and so I get to go for 13 days and I think they say it as Melbourne. They don't say like, I think only us like Americans say
Melbourne.
But they say like Melbourne. I don't know. I'll report back on that.
Yeah. Well, cool. So you're going to have lots of cool, Australian stories.
I get to and feed and train.
When is the race?
It is 1 week before Oceanside. So Oceanside's like the last weekend of the month, and it's a week before that. Maybe that would put it on like the 22nd
of March.
21st.
Okay. Yeah. So that's plenty of time for her to recover and then race that. And then let's see. Oh, and so we should follow you for lots of pictures and fun.
Yeah. And I'm sure on race day I'll be tweeting on her account, Angela Nath. But yeah, I'm definitely I'm like the queen of photo bombing the internet when I travel.
Yeah. And then another thing I saw on the race itself was, Gomez won the male side.
I know.
And then
and a 111.
Somebody on Slow Twitch said he's good at triathlon. And then the swim was in the Panama Canal. Isn't that crazy?
Could you imagine saying you swam in the Panama Canal?
And it was cold enough for wetsuits.
Yeah, it was.
That's weird.
I know. And then so hot. I guess it was like 95 with a 95% humidity, something like that.
Oh, Lord, that's Houston temperatures right there.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Lucky.
So now let's move on to this Tahoe news.
Yeah.
So, and I remember reading on Slow Twitch, lots of people were complaining about the tents, the changing tents.
Yeah, they were too small. Well, what happened is people had to put a lot of clothes on.
Yeah.
And of course, after the races, when I find out that there are like multitudes of naked men outside the tent, I was standing in the wrong place because I was at like the mountain line. I should have been back there by the tents.
I remember Angela saying she was naked under her wetsuit and then was changing in them.
Yeah.
So you remember the guy thing. I remember the girl part. So
of course.
Yeah. Okay. So they're going to change. They're going to add more tents or bigger tents.
Bigger.
And then I have the email right here. They're going to make the bike course. It's going to have the same vertical, but they're going to make it so that I guess there was a part of it that wasn't accessible for training.
Martis Camp. It goes inside. So the North Star Ski Resort is like a super hoity-toity, high-income, gated community.
Oh, and they wouldn't let people in.
And they won't even let people training into. It's called Martis Camp. So I think that was a big a pain in the butt because that's where the really big climb was, and people couldn't even get in to ride it.
Yeah.
So I knew they would. And there's all these really high income homes in there. Those people don't want to be inconvenienced by the Ironman. They don't want all these athletes going by their house. They're $10, $20 million homes.
These are people that would pay somebody to do an Ironman for them.
Yeah. Although one of the guys who has a home in there is Eric Burns. Do you know who Eric Burns is?
No. I might.
He's
I don't think so.
A really famous baseball player.
No.
Retired now. He's on like ESPN. He has his own like talk radio show. He has a home in there, and he did the Ironman. Yeah, it was
cool.
His third, I think. So he said he was going to have his family like sit out in lawn chairs and cheer on everyone. I don't know if he did.
Let's see. And the run course will have increased lighting in case of for those people where it gets dark.
They had headlamps this year. They were. Have you ever heard of that?
Not at an Ironman. You shouldn't need that. No.
Usually they hand out glow sticks, right? Mm-hmm. But at Tahoe this year, they handed out, I think it was 1,500 headlamps, little like cheapy headlamps. It was a really cool picture to see the whole line of people coming in.
That's
and
like
they
an
were
ultra marathon.
But way more populated with the little headlamps. It was cool.
All right. So now Ironman announced a transfer program in North America only. If you sign up for a race and then you can't make it because whatever, they don't care, right?
No, they said like...
Is it $50?
Their reasons were really hilarious too. They were like, you get injured, or I think they even put like you get pregnant or something. They had some really funny excuses in there that you could use.
Yeah, so a big complaint is if you have to back out of an Ironman. I don't remember what the old policy was. It was so bad that I didn't even want to know what it was.
By race, and I think it's if you back out 3 weeks prior, there's always like a date. Mm-hmm. If you back out before that, I believe you got either $75 or $150 back, something like that.
Yeah,
like a very
ridiculous
small amount.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So this should make a lot of people a lot more happy. And of course it varies a little bit. Like if you want to get into another race, it kind of depends.
It has to be open.
Yeah, it has to be open. So that's kind of like changing airline tickets. There's a little bit of like blackout kind of stuff. But anyway, it should be really nice for a lot of people. I wanted to announce Kim Bracken is a swim coach out of Austin. And she's holding a swim camp. She sent me an email and wanted me to announce this. Open water swim camp, May 30th through June 1st with Catherine Voigt. And she is one of the top experienced ultra distance open water swimmers. She's a coach, and in 2012, her athletes took home a gold and a silver in the Olympic 10K open water swim. That's awesome.
Did you watch that 10K in Vancouver, or not Vancouver?
Yeah, I did. I only watched part of it. Yeah.
It was really cool.
Yeah, I love that. I love it that's in the Olympics.
So cool.
So contact Kim Bracken, and she's Bracken Elite Swim Training Best. Bracken Elite Swim Training. And okay, so next we have one of the coolest videos I've seen in a long time. We talk about metabolic efficiency and eating the right stuff and trying to burn body fat as fuel, more of it. And Tawny Prazak with Endurance Planet went to Colorado and got the testing done on a treadmill with the breathing mask on and everything. And there's a video, and it shows the lady that's helping her is showing Dina. Okay, yeah, is showing graphs printed out showing the difference of what your daily diet can do for you. And I've never seen like with this one issue, after watching it, the fact that there was graphs and charts and somebody explaining it made the most impact with me, much more than just audio listening or somebody just kind of explaining it without the graphs. And you get to see the whole process. So I really want people to go check that out.
Yeah, Dina's amazing. She, I've worked with her a ton. She's here in Denver and works with Fuel Formants, part of Bob Seebahar. You've read Bob Seebahar's Metabolic Efficiency book, right?
Yeah.
So you can go and get metabolic efficiency testing. The coolest thing I like about it is I get in there before Hawaii, and I do like 40 minutes on the bike with the mask on at my Ironman heart rate, and then I get off and run, and the mask stays on, transfer right over to the treadmill and run at race pace. and look at your metabolic numbers off of that.
So you know how many calories to take.
Exactly. You know how many you burn, how many you take, and you know what percentages that you're burning at Ironman intensity. So no more guessing, really. It's all very fine-tuned. Dina came up with that sort of plan for me to go through. She's just such a wealth of knowledge, and she's awesome with women. I'm just putting that out there.
Yeah. So, so go check out the video. That's really cool.
Yeah, it's a good one. Really good video.
And let's see. The last thing I have is Wildflower opens up the swim course for training. So people that want to do Wildflower, apparently you couldn't before, but now you can. You can go out and swim the swim course and practice on it. I'm always trying to teach people to train the course. You know, for whatever your A race is, you try to simulate that in training as much as possible. So you can go out and swim the Wildflower course, which is kind of intimidating if your first time.
Aren't they? Did they change the course? Because it's like the last time I heard, the reservoir was empty, so we weren't gonna. People thought there wasn't even going to be a swim this year, and then I thought maybe that's why they opened up a practice swim course, because they're moving the swim to like a different location so that we can actually swim this year. Let's
see. It says. Who's Bowsman? Is he the race director?
I don't know. Maybe.
Oh, yeah. Colleen Bowsman says, quote, we are aware of the low water conditions, but currently the lake is still adequate for a long course swim distance. After the rainy season, we'll make a final decision on any course modifications. Yeah, you're talking about the big drought in California has really affected a lot of the water levels in the lakes.
You pretty much would have to walk the swim right now at the current. I've heard.
So that swim is I've done Wildflower, and going down the boat ramp into that lake is intimidating with all those people crammed into that. And if you can get out there and swim one time ahead of time, then you're a lot more comfortable. You get a feel for the distance and everything. It's the landscape is so bizarre. It's like something out of Dr. Seuss or something like that. Those huge rolling hills, but with very few trees on them. It looks like a cartoon. The landscape does. But
it's funny. That's where I grew up. So to me, that just feels like
that's normal to you, right?
It's normal, yeah.
Yeah.
Texas looks crazy.
You're telling me. I'm not from Texas. I've lived here forever, but I'm not from here. I'm like, this place is nuts. So that's all I've got. Do you have anything else you want to add?
No.
No?
This is good.
Cool. Okay, if everybody likes this, or if you like it, we don't care about everybody. We care about you.
If you
listener, if you like having Sonja on, then let us know. She's Go Sonja on Twitter, GoSonja, and let her know. And Sonja's got a cool blog and has a lot of stuff. I know I did most of the talking this time, but
we'll change that going forward.
Yeah,
because it's hard to keep. It's hard to shut me up.
Yeah. So I'm the one that came up with all the news stories this time, but now that Sonja and I've showed her like how one way I do like collaborative like document. Sonja can throw in, or we can do it some other way, but it doesn't matter. But you can throw in news stories as you find them throughout the week, and then we have them, and then we can record and make a show.
Good. Sounds good. I'm in.
All right. Well, thank you.
You're welcome. I hope everyone has a great week.
All right, now we are back. Thank you, Sonja, for the news. And now I'm in the parking lot of a Kroger's grocery store after eating at Freebirds for lunch. Like I always say, I eat about half of it there, and then I wrap it up and then take it with me. And I am using the ZenTri mobile studios as a recording studio. I came to terms long ago with the fact that Zen and Yard of Triathlon is a very real podcast, because I'm very much a real dad with a real job, with really trying to do Ironman and fit it all in. And I have to record, train, and do whatever when I can, where I can, and no excuses. No freaking excuses. So sometimes you hear some crazy stuff in the background because I'm getting it done. And there's a dog in a Lexus next to me that it gets very pissed off when it sees somebody walk too close, as I knew when it threw itself against the window a minute ago when I walked by the car. But anyway, I'm here at my laptop, and we are going to get moving here. I can't wait to get to this Maffetone interview. Man, it's so good. But first, let's see. I do want to let you know. Okay, yeah, so that discount code AMRITA for AMRITA bars is Zen. And then also we have a really special sponsor, the Mountain Madness Half Ironman. And it is in northern Georgia, which is beautiful. And that's where they used to film the Dukes of Hazzard. And then they moved it to LA after a while. There were something like hundreds of General Lee cars used in the Dukes of Hazzard, and they smashed like one a week. Isn't that sad? I'd love to have one of those. And let's see. What I want to do to mention the sponsor is I'm going to copy the details of the race over into my show notes. And while I'm copying it, I want you to imagine that you're copying it into your training schedule. And then it becomes more real to you. All right? So what I'm copying over here is Carter's Lake, Ellijay, Georgia, 7 a.m. on May 4th. Let me copy this. May 4th, Thursday, May 1st? No, that's open. Registration is open until Sunday, May 4th, 2014. Let's copy that over right here. Command C. You can tell I'm on a Mac, or else it would be Control C. And let's see. They are the only race that awards a king and queen of the mountain. That must be one hell of a mountain. And that part of the country is so beautiful. Okay, let's go back to the page. And 1.2 mile swim, 56 mile bike, 13.1 mile run. So that is a classic half iron distance race. And it's called the Mountain Madness Half Iron 2014. And you can tell which part of the country I'm from by the way I say iron. People from different parts of the South say it differently. Just like if you're from Tennessee, you say, well, Big Orange, and then other people say orange. So depending on what part of the country you're from, you say orange or orange. Anyway, let's see. Mountain Madness Half, man. What a race. Man, I wish I could go do it, but I want you to go in my place and go there and kick some ass. And if you register, when you register, put it on your schedule, just like I copied it over right here. Oh, man, it's so cool. Half Ironmans are the best. And tell them that Brett sent you from ZenTri, and that will make them so happy. They're a sponsor of the show, and I want them to be happy, happy, happy. Like Duck Dynasty. Okay, let's get moving with the interview. This is Phil Maffetone, the Phil Maffetone. I couldn't believe it that I'm sitting there talking with the Phil Maffetone about endurance and nutrition and all, and then we start talking about music, man, music. And it's one of my favorite things to sit there and talk about. Oh, and after his interview, I'm going to play his song. So we're going to go right. Now I'll do a little bit of an audio break. That way we don't forget what we're doing. We're going to do his song that he recorded with some of the guys from like the Red Hot Chili Peppers and stuff are playing in the song. That he asked me to download the track and then play it for you guys to hear. So anyway, keep in mind my goal coming up over the next few months is to really nail down more better nutrition habits so that I can go longer without bonking and stuff like that, or having rhabdo or whatever. And so I'm really paying attention to this stuff. And for your long course racing and training, that you got to train for what you're going to do in the race. And when you hit a limiter, you got to learn how to, work with that. So, all right, let's get started with Phil Maffetone. Here we go. All right, we are are very excited to have here today with us Dr. Phil Maffetone. How you doing?
Great, Brett. How are you doing?
Doing great. And I think Zen in the Art of Triathlon has just reached the pinnacle of its accomplishment when we have the coach of the greatest endurance athlete ever on the phone with us. This is really an amazing opportunity for us to learn so much, and I really appreciate your time.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity.
Yeah, well, you'll be glad to hear that I just finished up a 2-hour bike ride using MAF method. So I'm literally wiping sweat off my forehead doing what you teach people to do.
Yeah, all that slow, easy training.
Yeah, it's great, and I want to talk a lot about that. I'm wondering, did you get the link to the article about this triathlon fueling window that I wanted to talk with you about, or is this going to be new to you?
I'm familiar with it. I don't think I got to look at that particular article.
That's cool. I'll explain it to you. But let's see. I started off. Well, I found out about you through other podcast interviews, and I think it's amazing the impact that you've had, and then a lot of really important people in the sport have had through podcasts. Because I guess endurance athletes and people that really want to investigate more about whatever sport or hobby or whatever they're into can get so much more information through this other medium, because you can interview everybody all the time, and it's really great.
Right. Yeah. It's been fun. I always I've done a lot of radio and some TV, and I've always enjoyed that situation. And the podcasts are similar. You have more time. You're not under the gun. You don't have to use little short sound bites. You can explain yourself better. And it's often open-ended, and we often have a good amount of time, like we'll have right now. And it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's the coolest thing is you can, if you're not clear on something, instead of a sound bite that just sells,
right,
you can actually dig a little bit deeper and find out more.
Yeah, and those sound bites, the word bite being the important one, can be really harmful for people. It's they're more of the entertaining rather than the educational, and I'm a lot more into educational than entertaining, although I do play music for entertainment in front of large crowds sometimes. But when it comes to training and nutrition and the kind of things we're going to talk about here, it's important to help people understand what your point is and what you're trying to say, and not confuse them with something short and sweet and made for TV, as they say. So this is a perfect environment.
Yeah, and that's a good point. Is that you've been on lots of podcasts. Endurance Planet, for example, is a great one where you go in detail. I'm trying to remember the first one. I was driving back from a race in Galveston, and I think that was the first podcast I heard you on. And I thought, oh my God, I never thought of fueling and training and aerobic fitness in the way that you were explaining. So then I started trying to find out more, and then digging around through websites, and then your own website is the best I've ever seen on this. And sometimes you've even pointed out people, hey, you don't have to go buy too much stuff about all this. A lot of it's documented on my website.
Right.
At philmaffetone.com, and there's a fitness section. And then, so anyway, in the fall, I started doing what I called Project X. And I didn't want to say exactly what it was because I was competing against a couple other guys. And I didn't want them to know what I was doing because it was working so well. And what it was training by MAF, maximum aerobic function. And my times just kept dropping and dropping. So if people are wondering what that was, Project X, it was MAF.
That's
And
interesting. When I was in practice, which I had a clinic in the New York City area for 20 years.
uh-huh.
I saw a lot of local athletes from the Northeast, and I had a lot of, eventually, as I got some kind of reputation, I had a lot of athletes fly in from out of the area, out of the country, wherever. But the local athletes, I would see, some of them were pretty good. Some of them achieved national and world class levels.
Uh-huh.
But the local athletes would say something similar to what you just said. I wouldn't bring it up to them, but what was happening is they were coming in, and I was working with them and helping them with their training, and I realized that they weren't telling other athletes.
It's competitive.
They didn't want anybody to know.
Yeah.
And and I thought, well, maybe it's just, my paranoia, but
No.
no, it was clearly that issue. And it was interesting that you bring that up, because it is it is an interesting issue.
Yeah, and well, then once my race was over, then I told everybody what it was, and then I figured out I've been training this way since the fall, up through today, and it, you really, your results vary, and it really takes the individual, to get this done, and there's no point in trying to protect it or anything like that. I mean, either somebody's going to get it done right or not. I don't know, but the I actually fell into the opposite camp of what your typical athlete that you're talking about is. And I heard you talk about this one time. And actually, I had to dig around on your website, I think, through some forums to find this. I'd been doing triathlon for so long, and I'm a bigger guy, and like I'm skinny, but I'm like 6'3". But I used to be about 220 pounds, but now I weigh 175. And I'm a former high school sprint freestyler, which is all power dumped out of your body in 20 seconds, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I got reasonably fast at triathlon and then long distance, and then I think the way you described it is I got complacent, or I got lazy, or something like that. And my heart rate was so low training and racing, training, that I was having trouble getting my heart rate up for workouts.
Right.
And you're usually working with people trying to get them to go slower.
Right. Probably about 90% of them are in that camp, and another 10 are in your camp.
Yeah, and I thought that was really fascinating that it's like only like 10%. But then what I started doing, so the method, your formula that you came up with is, after, in your words, is, after studying lots and lots of athletes, is a good starting place, I guess is the way to put it, is 180 minus their age. And then typically that's the top end of the heart rate that they're able to sustain and still be aerobic, right?
Right. There's a modification one needs to make so that you can further individualize the formula, but it's called the 180 formula, and people can access that easily.
So what's the modification?
Well, you add or subtract to that 180 minus your age based on your level of health and your level of fitness.
Okay.
So if you have some health issues, if you're an asthmatic, for example, or if you're frequently injured, or if you're you in the last 3 years your race performance has diminished, then you're going to subtract another perhaps 5 beats from that 180 minus the age. On the other hand, if you're doing really well in your training, you're not injured, you're healthy, you're not on medication, your race performance is improving, you might add 5 beats to that 180 minus the age. But it ranges from subtracting an additional 10 to all the way up to adding an additional 5. But in that range is where most people are going to fall.
Okay. And so, like, I have a phone call with somebody tomorrow that I'm coaching them, and I've seen this happen a lot, lots and lots, where somebody says, I got an email literally this week that said, if I go that heart rate, I'll be walking.
Yeah.
Right. And when I see that email, I tell them that is the classic sign that you need this more than anything.
It is.
Yeah.
It's a clear reflection of the status of your aerobic system.
Right.
It's as simple as that. And what it means is, this person has been training their anaerobic system, which may be in good shape, but at the sacrifice of the aerobic body, and ultimately sacrificing the whole body. But when I first started playing around with this, I realized that, hey, this is a great test for everybody to use, because if you're extremely slow, and in particular if you don't get faster fairly quick, within a few weeks or a couple of months, then it means there's some significant health or fitness blockage. Your body's being prevented by something unhealthy that's preventing you from making progress. And I thought this is a great test for anybody. And then I was working with so many athletes, that's where I kind of stayed. But it's a wonderful thing to be told by this test that you've got a health problem here that's not being addressed, and find it and fix it, and things will get better.
Right. And so what I tell people is, really, let's say you're healthy and all that, and then you're not training right. You need more volume, aerobic volume, to train your aerobic system to get it more fit. Right. And the only way that you can get in lots more aerobic volume safely without injuring yourself or without exhausting yourself is at a lower heart rate. That's how you get the volume in, and then it's working kind of both ways at the same time. You're getting in the volume at a lower heart rate, and then that's training you to you're training your aerobic system safely.
Right, exactly. And that's the word safely is very important. We often hear about heart attacks and other serious problems in endurance athletes. But also, if one were to train by time and not by miles, it removes a little bit of a stress, because if you're running, for example, a lot slower than you normally do, and you keep relating to miles, it's going to be frustrating.
Right.
The brain thinks of miles, but really the brain focuses on time. If you're going to go for an hour run at a certain heart rate, it's an hour run. An hour is an hour. Whether you're running 4 miles or 6 miles or whatever, it's still an hour run. And that's what I always used as the foundation of training, time rather than miles. It's just a better way to do it.
So I like it that you said that there was something wrong or like a blockage. If you're not able to if you're healthy but you're not able to exercise around this 180 minus your age for longer periods of times. Because like I was going out, I'm 10 years into doing Ironmans, and I'm 12 years into it. But anyway, and the most I could get my heart rate up around to sustain and go for long runs was 122 beats per minute. I'm 40 years old, so it should be more like 140, right? And the most I could do was 122, 125. I'd go over that. It's kind of like anaerobic, and I get exhausted, and then I wouldn't be able to keep going. And I think what I figured out is I wasn't eating enough in my daily diet, so I just didn't have enough calories in me at all. Yeah. And I was under-fueled to do this, because what I started doing was adding in more fuel while I was training. And I know this isn't exactly the goal, but I was adding more fuel while I was training, and then I was able to get my heart rate. And over the period of a couple weeks, I was able to start running longer periods of times at 138, 140 heart rate. And I could tell that I was able to stay aerobic. And then over time, I started realizing that I needed to kind of change my diet a little bit and add in more food, and then I would be able to keep my heart rate up, because I'd have more fuel stores to work with.
Yeah, and the problem of undernutrition is in some athletes, it's a problem of just not getting in enough calories.
Yeah.
And in particular, it could be fat calories, it could be protein calories. And of course, then there's the problem of refined carbohydrates, which is not a food that anybody should eat.
Right.
But often that kind of junk food replaces the high quality food, and that's asking for trouble. And that's a good example of a roadblock that can prevent a person from making progress. And I had a patient many years ago when I was in practice, and I think I have this in one of the books and probably in an article somewhere, and she was doing really well, progressed to about an 8-minute pace at her maximum aerobic heart rate, which I don't remember what it was, but she started out at a 10-minute pace, progressed to 8 minutes over, I don't know, a year, and just kind of got stuck there, and we couldn't figure out what was going on. And through some testing and more intensive history taking, which is very valuable, we decided that she was, she needed to reduce her carbohydrate intake, even though most of it was so-called whole grains, which is kind of a misnomer because that's hard to actually find these days. But we did that, and it wasn't a dramatic change, but we eliminated most of the carbohydrate in her diet, the processed carbohydrates, and she took almost a full minute off that test a week later, or maybe it was 2 weeks later. That's an extreme example, but it is an example of what could happen when you remove one of those roadblocks. And in this case, it was in a person who had removed many roadblocks before, and this one was the thing that was really holding up a lot more improvements. So, people need to. It's taking responsibility for your own health. It's trying to figure out how you could be better, and I do it all the time, every day. I look at how could I feel better with my running? How can I get my return energy system working better? How can I sync up my breathing, heart rate, and stride better? I'm always thinking about how can you make things better, and when you do, you become healthier.
Yeah, my grandfather used to say, "Eternal vigilance is the price of life."
Yes.
So you're always looking for what you could fix or adjust, or where you could make some gains. So I want to jump over to this article because the past two interviews I've had with pro triathletes, really good pro triathletes, very successful. They mentioned just tons of calories that they take in. And Hillary Biscay was moderately high, and she just won Ultraman. And I'm trying to remember the number. Let's say 400, 500 calories per hour. And then we had AJ Balco, who's breaking through the top of the ranks, and he was saying somewhere around like 750, let's say that, calories per hour. I mean,
and this is during the event.
Well, no, it's more than that. It's during training, during the event, during every training session. So he's coached by QT2 Systems, which is a very successful coaching program. And the thing is I don't want to start like any kind of drama between anybody. I'm trying to get to the bottom of what your opinion is on this, like long term, right? And so he, the nutrition coach is Jesse Kropelnicki, and I looked up this article that he published recently called "The Triathlon Fueling Window," and basically the gist is this: too many people bonk at the end of long endurance events because they can't get in enough calories. And in opposition to metabolic efficiency, he trains people to be able to consume massive amounts of carbohydrates, calories, and that means every single workout, if you're going out for 45 minutes to an hour, you need to be piling on calories. And then you train your body to be able to digest tons of calories, and then you'll be able to finish the race with lots of energy because you're piling on all these calories, right? And so when AJ was telling me, this volume of calories, and it's every single workout, it's just constant, I was just thinking in the back of my head, like, this can't be healthy, like, in the long term. And in the article by Coach Jesse, he was saying that, yeah, metabolic efficiency works, but the people it works for is rather few and far in between, and it's really rare. But then I was thinking, I'm trying to remember his name. There's a famous athlete or author that that's been making the rounds and saying, that all the giant amounts of carbohydrate that he was taking all those years, and now he's got symptoms of type 2 diabetes and all this stuff from all the exposure to all that carbs later in life.
Sounds like my friend Tim Noakes.
Tim Noakes, okay. And so I can imagine, let's say that pros, they're trying to win races, and the other statement was that Jesse kind of offhanded said, or AJ Balco offhandedly said, that when training and racing season's over, he kind of has to detox off of this diet because it's just so many carbs. I'd like to get your opinion on the long-term effects, because pros are trying to win. Their livelihood depends on it, and we know that a lot of times that being a pro may not be the healthiest thing in the world because you're really wringing your body out to the max to win. But 99% of us are age groupers that are trying to do this for fitness and health, and maybe not trying to win prize money every single race.
Well, we should all be doing it for fitness and in health, including the pros.
Yeah.
And many years, when I first got into practice, and this was brewing in me as a student, mm-hmm. I realized that many athletes were doing things in training and in competition that were adversely affecting their health, and it was sort of an assumption that that's the way it works, and I just could never buy that.
Yeah.
My experience as a highly ranked sprinter, and then my understanding of exercise physiology, and basically my understanding about the human body, led me to conclude I don't want to do anything to an athlete that's going to put their health at risk. And that's when I came up with this notion that health and fitness are two separate things. Mm-hmm. We can be healthy and unfit, and like many athletes, we can be fit but unhealthy.
True.
If you, as an athlete, if you get injured, or if you develop asthma, which is not an uncommon problem in the sporting world, if you develop high blood pressure, if you have a heart attack, it means you're unhealthy.
Right.
Period. I mean, it's not normal to have a heart attack. It's not normal to have asthma. So there's some health problem there. I studied a lot of the old timers from the early part of the 1900s all the way up through Arthur Lydiard, who became a patient of mine in my clinic, actually, which was quite a treat.
Yeah.
To see what people were doing, and this idea of shoving down food is not a new one today. Mm-hmm. If you read the basic physiology books, you'd conclude, well, gee, all you got to do is shovel in a bunch of carbohydrates during your run, and you'll maintain your blood sugar, your glycogen stores, and fat burning.
Right.
Easier said than done. When even an aerobic run, even an easy workout, results in a significant shifting of blood flow away from the intestines into the muscles, which means the intestines really are highly inefficient,
Right.
and can't digest and can't absorb. And you can't change that. You can try. If you dump a lot of food in the gut when you're training or when you're racing especially, people know what that's like. You don't feel good. And you don't feel good because the body tries to figure out what to do with this food. The first thought is, let's vomit and get rid of it.
Dive.
Yeah, and if we can't, let's push it down into the lower gut, and maybe it won't interfere with anything. But no matter what we do, what that will result in is stealing blood flow out of the muscles, and now you're going to start losing your running economy. You're not going to contract and relax your muscles as they would like to do, as the brain would like to control them. But I think one very, very important issue, which people get confused about, is the notion that we burn both fat and sugar as sources of energy.
Right.
Right now, you and I are burning a certain mix of fat and sugar. When we go to sleep, that mix changes. When we stand up and walk around, that mix changes. It changes all the time. In endurance sports, the game is to increase the body's ability to burn more fat and therefore rely less on carbohydrates, on glucose.
Right.
And virtually all the endurance events, from the marathon, from a 2-hour marathon up, whether it's a half Ironman or a full Ironman or an ultra event, we rely on a very high amount of fat burning if we can muster that up in the body. Specifically, 99% of our energy comes from the aerobic system, and that's where fat burning takes place. We do need to burn sugar because that's what helps maintain fat burning in the course of a workout and in a race.
Okay, can I pause you there? How does sugar help? Because I've noticed something really interesting with me personally, and I don't want to say that everybody should do this, but on a longer workout, if I sip on honey, not a lot, but just a little bit, I seem to have much better results.
Yeah,
and
makes sense.
Is that? And also, I think it's a mood lifter for me. It makes me more happy while I'm out there.
And you always want to be happy.
Yes, it goes from, man, I should cut this short, to, man, I could be out here all day. It's like that, like black and white.
And that's important because it means that you're revving up, you're turning up your fat burning burner.
Yeah, and I've noticed it's not that much, right? So it
doesn't take much.
It's just a sip, but on the other hand, the honey is a really fast acting fuel. So is there something that's not as fast acting, or is it because that it's fast acting that it helps burn fat, or what? What is it about? Or is it just me?
I've always used honey, and I've always used in the course of training and competition a 6% glucose solution.
Yeah.
And you can look on my website on how to make that. But honey is a simple sugar, and the name simple sugar is misleading. People think of simple sugars as being processed sugars. That's not true. Fruit juice, honey, they are all simple sugars, which means the sugars in those foods, which are glucose and fructose,
right,
are unbound. They're not connected. They're not glued together.
Okay.
As opposed to white sugar, for example, which is what most sports drinks and sports products are made of.
Okay.
Sucrose. They contain sucrose. They contain glucose and fructose glued together, and when you consume that, your body has to digest those two sugars before they can be utilized for energy, before they can be absorbed.
Right.
There's another carbohydrate in the diet which is called starch, and a starch is when 3 or more, usually a whole long chain of sugars, are glued together And those sugars require even more digestion when you're training and racing in order to break them into single sugars, which is the only way you can absorb them into the bloodstream.
Right.
And if you don't absorb them, and this is an important clue for many people, if you don't digest these more complex carbohydrates, the disaccharides, the 2-sugar units, and the starches, the polysaccharides, those undigested carbohydrates they ferment and they produce a lot of gas and indigestion. So if you're getting that in your race, if you're getting that in your training, or if you're getting that in the course of the day, it means your carbohydrate intake is not right. It may be that you're consuming too much. You're consuming too much refined carbohydrates. You're consuming the wrong ones. You're not chewing the carbohydrates well, because that digestion of those carbohydrates that require digestion begins in the mouth. The saliva needs to mix really well with those foods.
Right.
So instead of playing that whole game, we can choose something like honey or fruit juice, which is already made up of the single sugars that don't require digestion. In the case of honey, the bees have done it for us. They digested those carbohydrates into single sugars, and it's a wonderful way to increase your carbohydrate intake during a race and help fat burning. But there's an even bigger issue.
Okay.
And that is, and I think this is what they mean when they talk about metabolic efficiency. This is normal physiology. It's normal for the body to burn fat during an endurance event, whether it's training or racing.
Right.
And the more you can build your aerobic system, this is the whole idea of finding the proper heart rate to train at. The more you can build the aerobic system, the more fat will contribute to your total energy. Mm-hmm. And so the more you can, and even the leanest of Ironman competitors or endurance athletes have enough stored body fat to last them 1,000 miles or more. So, we're not talking about people who are overweight, over fat. We're talking about everybody has enough stored fat. And the question is, can you access that? And the more of that fat you can use during your race, the less additional intake of carbohydrates or other macronutrients you will need during the race.
Right. How does the simple sugar, like say honey, activate the fat burning?
Well, the conversion of the three macronutrients, fats and sugars and even proteins, where we can get some energy from, not a whole lot. More often what happens is proteins can convert to glucose in some cases, because certain amino acids have the ability to do that.
Right.
But the biochemical mechanism is that these three macronutrients, carbohydrates, fats, and proteins, go through a funnel into this biochemical mechanism, and they help each other. And without one, you just can't have the other.
Okay.
So
they kind of hold hands as they jump in the fire.
Yes, sort of. Yeah. That's a good way to put it.
So a lot of times I train paying attention. I try to study Zen as much as I can, and and paying attention to the body and what the body's doing as I'm looking at the numbers, because I've had plenty of races and long workouts or short workouts where your gadgets break, right? Batteries die and stuff. And if you can train to your body, then you can work out any place, any time, train, and race any distance, because you know what your body's saying. Right?
Sure, and that's so important to do.
Yeah, and I'm a coach, and I coach a lot of people, and when we first get started, I tell them, I want you to be, for MAF runs, below huffing for air, right? Like gentle. And like I've gotten to the point where I've learned like how much of your mouth puffs out. Are you pursing your lips? Are you popping out your cheeks when you're exhaling, for example?
Yep.
And you can learn how hard you're breathing based on that. Those little symptoms change the harder that you're going.
Yep.
And then, but one thing, I think it was you I heard talking one time about this, about deep breathing and watching out for not breathing too fast. And that one way to pass out, like what is it where you're about to black out, where you're hyperventilating, is you're offloading oxygen too fast. And that if you slow down your breathing a little bit and do like, I don't know what you would call it, maybe like deep cycle breathing, then that actually signals the body to keep more oxygen on board so you can better fuel your muscles.
Yeah. There's a couple of very important things when it comes to breathing. One is, and when I used to lecture a lot, which I'm slowly getting back into, but one of the things I would sometimes do when I lectured was emphasize the importance of breathing and how the body physically breathes. What do we go through when we breathe properly and efficiently? And I would often have somebody come up in front of the room with me, and I'd pick somebody who did a lot of weight workouts and sit-ups because they tend to be worse at this.
Yeah.
And I would have them take their shirt off, which limited me to male athletes.
Yeah.
And I would turn them sideways, and I'd say, take a deep breath in. And they would, many times, if I picked the right one, and I would often, over the years, I've gotten good at picking people out of the audience that I want to demonstrate something on. But they would often pull in their stomach and stick out their chest when they inhaled. Of course, that's backwards.
Right.
We need to relax our belly and allow it to come out on inhalation. So that's one thing, and it's surprisingly how many people don't do it that well, or physically are breathing backwards. So that's one thing that people need to think about. The other is syncing your breathing with your heart rate and your stride.
Right. Yeah.
And that's, if you want to define the Zen of running, that's it. And you can apply it to cycling and swimming and virtually all sports, actually all physical movement. The studies that were originally done on this in the 1920s by a zoologist showed that animals, when they were sleeping, would sync up their heart rate and their breathing, but when they'd have these twitches, like cats, big cats would, their whiskers would twitch when they would sleep.
Yeah.
They would twitch in sync with their heart rate and their breathing.
Oh. Huh.
So that means when you're out there, you want to, for example, breathe in for 3 paces and breathe out for 3 paces, or breathe in 3 and out 4. When you're in a race, you can adjust this depending on the situation. If you're going up a hill, you can breathe in 2 and out 3, or breathe in 1 and out 2 if you're coming in to the finish line. So that can help breathing immensely. That's a very, very important thing to do as well.
Yeah. What I've noticed is that if you can do deep breathing, right, and sync everything up so that you're, like you're saying, like 3 or 4 strides, on one breath, and you're rotating the breath out as you're exercising, you actually get better oxygenation, and that a sign that you're going anaerobic is that you can't do that anymore. Like you're having to huff for air too fast to be able to do that deep breathing.
Right, you have to downshift and do 2 in and 3 out, or whatever.
Which sometimes is appropriate, right? Like if you're climbing a short hill or something like
sometimes,
that.
Or I'm at altitude, and when I run, I'm usually inhaling 3 and exhaling 4. When I go down to sea level, I come up a notch on those. So it depends on on the individual, what you're doing, what kind of workout you're doing, and whether you're in a race or not. But that breathing component is so important, and it's about getting more air in so that your lungs can take more oxygen. That's the one end of the oxygen issue. The other end of the oxygen issue is economy. Can you go faster at the same heart rate, for example? And if you can, what that means is you're able to go faster with less oxygen.
Right.
And that's that's where fat burning comes in, because you can become more economical as you burn more fat for energy.
Right. I've got a question about your music career.
My favorite thing to talk about.
Yeah. What instrument do you play? I think you play guitar, right?
I play guitar and piano. I woke up about 10 years ago and decided to be a songwriter. Now, I didn't have any music training. I didn't really know how to do anything in music, certainly not songwriting. But one of my earliest memories in my life was that of having music in my head. And I didn't think anything of it. I didn't assume anything. I just, everybody has music in their head. Okay, this is what being human is like. When I got into high school and growing up in the 60s, music was a big thing.
Right. Yeah.
In New York City, your life was revolving around music. And I realized that, hey, the music in my head is stuff I've never heard before.
Oh.
And then I thought, well, I'm going to learn to play. And I was a terrible student all through school on every level until I got to where I could display my clinical strengths. But all through school, high school and undergraduate, junior high school, all the way up, I was a terrible student. And I kept saying, can I learn how to play piano, or can I learn some music? Can I learn? And they'd say, no, you can't even do math. How could you to do music?
You can't even
well,
do math.
That was looking back, it was, I won't go into it, but, so 10 years ago, I wake up and I say, wait a minute, I've got to be, I am a songwriter. Now I just have to learn how to
get it out there. Yeah.
Play an instrument and write songs, and which I did. And I spent the first 4 days literally pacing around thinking, okay, what do I do now? I'm a songwriter. Let's see. I guess I need to learn to play the guitar. And I had a guitar. Everybody, a lot of people have guitars that they can strum a couple of chords on.
Right.
But I couldn't really play anything. So I had to teach myself guitar and piano, which I did. But for the first 4 days, I kept thinking, well, what do I do now? And then I get a call via one of my publishers, one of my editors, from Rick Rubin.
What? Rick Rubin?
You probably know who Rick Rubin is.
Yes, I know who that is. Yeah.
Well, I kind of knew the name, but I didn't, I wasn't into... I knew music really well. I knew songs, I knew albums. I often didn't know the names of the songs or the albums, but I knew the band, and I didn't know anybody in the music industry. I didn't know producers or any. But Rick Rubin is, if you were going to be a songwriter and you said, well, who could I work with? You'd probably pick George Martin, who produced all those great Beatle albums. But George, who I think is still alive, most likely isn't taking on anybody. So Rick would be the next obvious choice. So here is Rick calling me. And when I decided to be a songwriter, I dropped my entire career. That day, I woke up, I said, I'm a songwriter now. What am I going to do? Oh, I can't be a songwriter and have this incredible career at the same time. So bye-bye career.
Yeah.
So Rick calls me up saying, I want to consult with you.
How? Okay, I just Wikipedia'd Rick Rubin. One of my favorite bands of all time was the Beastie Boys, right? So that's where I know him, and It's the list is unbelievable. Is he a producer? Is that what you would call it? Producer, yeah.
He's the guru.
Yeah,
He's a producer. He owns his own record company, American Records, and he was at one time the co-president of
Columbia Records.
Columbia Records. But Rick knows what a good song is like. Rick is the best friend of the songwriter.
He produced Beastie Boys, LL Cool J, Public Enemy, Run DMC, Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, Black Sabbath, Slayer, Red Hot Chili Pepper, I'm going to go through Metallica, Aerosmith, AC/DC, Neil Diamond, which probably has the most, some of the most popular hits ever.
Yep.
I tried ZZ Top, the list, and it's not just older stuff like from when I was, a teenager or whatever, like all this Beastie Boys stuff, but like also right now working with Kanye West, Eminem, Lady Gaga.
Oh, I just came back from Shangri-La, the studio that Rick owns in Malibu, where I just finished recording, and he had just finished up with Lady Gaga.
Yeah.
Doing, who I don't particularly care for until I heard this song that he was working on with her, and it was just it's a piano song, and I think it's released as a single, but the list goes on and on.
Wow.
But Rick
Cool.
said, I want to consult with you about my health, and I said, well, I don't do that anymore because I just became a songwriter.
And he's like, oh, I think I might have something to work with.
And so we laughed, and we decided that he would help me in my songwriting, and I would help him with his health. And we're still doing that today.
That's amazing. So like one of the greatest song producers in the world helping you.
Yeah.
And you're one of the greatest health and fitness gurus in the world ever. It's been
an incredible ride, and it continues. And but what was nice was I realized that I'm not getting any younger, and I need to get on the fast track here of being a songwriter.
Right.
So Rick said, well, why don't you come out and stay, hang around here for a while in LA.
Learn how to do it.
Which I did, and I was literally the proverbial fly on the wall, and was there when Neil Diamond would come to play his new songs in Rick's living room. Got to go to the studio when the Chili Peppers were recording Stadium Arcadium.
Yeah.
Became the doctor for the Chili Peppers on tour. Became the doctor for Johnny Cash.
Oh my God.
One unbelievable experience after another, which helped me. And with all the people that I got to know and all the great conversations I had with them about songwriting, and nobody ever interfered with my creativity. I would have a song and I'd say, I want to play this song I have. Rick's approach is a good example. You play a song for Rick, and he'd say, "Well, he said the verses are really great, but the chorus needs some help." And I'd say, "Well, what kind of help? What do you mean?" He said, "I don't know, but it's not right. Go figure it out." And it was that, and I thought, well, he's only doing that for me because maybe he doesn't take me seriously. But I saw him do that with all these other great musicians.
Right.
Rick is a genius in that regard. Rick's not a musician. He doesn't know music. I've seen him do things and say things that are, he'd say, well, that in the studio, that needs to sound a little more Baroque-like. And the musician would say, well, what do you mean by that? He'd say, I don't know, but give it a try. And then it would work out. It was just,
Well, some people have a really good ear for what the customer is going to want, what the audience is going to want, and what's going to sell, right? So what's got the hook, what has meaning, what has not explained too much, but just explained enough so you leave room for the audience's own interpretation.
And that is Rick.
Yeah. And so there's I imagine that once you hone in on the skill and you figure out how to make songs, that you can get really good at that, like he's doing.
Yes, and
Yeah, there's art to it.
it was interesting. I kind of dropped everything for a while. I kind of dropped out of the athletic scene. I was in a lot of other sports beside endurance sports,
Right.
but I kind of dropped out for a while. And what got me back into it was the idea of measuring brain waves while someone was listening to music. And what I found was that the brainwave response to a great song is phenomenal. It increases the production of alpha waves in an unbelievable way. And what Rick and other people, or anybody who loves a particular song, what happens there is the brain responds by producing these incredible feel-good brain waves called alpha. And those are brain waves that also are very healthy. And I don't recommend endurance athletes listen to music while they're training, but I highly recommend that they listen to music when they're not training to enlist the production of these alpha waves to help in recovery, to help in getting healthier, and to help the cerebellum especially, which is the rhythm of the brain. And when I mentioned earlier about syncing your breathing and your heart rate and your stride, a lot of people have a hard time doing that. We sometimes have to begin retraining their brain using a metronome. And today there are metronomes available even for swimmers.
Right. I've got one. Yeah, it's really great.
And they're really great, but it's a stepping stone. You should be able to use your own body's rhythm because your rhythm changes gradually through a workout and through a race. And certainly if you're a triathlete from event to event. But it's a great stepping stone. And the rhythm is often a missing link. And especially in the conversation we had earlier about people who are not progressing. A lot of times their running economy is so bad. I mean, just look at their gait. It's like they're falling apart with each step.
Right. Yeah, they're hunched over from the upper body, like from the middle of the upper body up.
Yeah.
So their back's arched over and slogging, leaning way over. And then the turnover of the legs is just really slow.
Yeah, spending a lot of time on the ground. Yeah. And when you sync up your breathing and heart rate and your stride, and when you're, when the brain is working well, that a lot of that starts to go away, and you can retrain your body to have a better gait, and your economy improves. And as your economy improves, your race pace improves as well.
Yeah, and that's what I noticed. Okay, so when I was training too slow and not eating enough, and then I started amping things up and pushing myself because through the guidance that you put out there, I should be able to run at, let's say 135 to 140 heart rate, no problem, aerobically. So it got me doing that. I noticed that my body would kind of hum along now and then once I did this for like a couple weeks and kind of tuned in to what that felt like, then it was amazing that I could be that much faster, and there's all these signals that your body's giving off that you're fine. And then I would just go like a few beats over that, like 142, 143, 144, and then all of a sudden it would start coming apart. Well, I wouldn't be able to sustain it. I would start getting lightheaded, and because I'm going anaerobic, and my breathing would get labored. But then I would back off just a little bit, and then I would start feeling amazing again.
Yeah, that's that shift from becoming a big fat burner to becoming less of a fat burner to suddenly more of a sugar burner, and that's anaerobic. And if that's the workout you're doing, that's fine. But for an aerobic workout, you can't go there. You don't want to go there.
Right. So how was the music, learning to play music and then performing music? Is there anything that's similar to that? That's like your endurance training that you came across? Where you're like, oh, this is just like when you're learning to play the guitar and like pacing yourself to learn scales or anything like that. Is there anything that was similar that you were able to apply?
I think one thing was and I, like I said, I had to get on the fast track. So, in talking to all these great musicians, they all had the same story. When I was 7 years old, I started playing. By the time I was 12, I was playing the guitar, 12 hours a day, staying home from school. Well, I didn't go through that. So, and I didn't have time to go through that. So I had to find some shortcuts. And one of the things I did, which is probably what everyone does anyway, but it's a lot easier when you're younger, is to do a routine slowly.
Oh, yeah, the slow method. Yeah. And play it perfectly, very slowly, and then speed it up.
And get your brain understanding exactly what has to be done, not about what has to be done or not what you think it should sound like. You've got this brain on the one end controlling the muscles on the other end. And it's no different in cycling and swimming, especially, and to a large degree in running. We need to start slow and build up. And it's for many people, they just need to start all over again. For me, playing the guitar and the piano was starting from scratch because I had never really done it. So learning to play these things slowly was very, very important. And I had to learn the mathematics of music, which is something they don't teach at all. As a matter of fact,
but there is a math to it for sure. Yeah.
It is mathematics, and it's so significant that I remember one day I was at Rick Rubin's house, and it was a holiday weekend or something, and everybody was going away, and I was there by myself. So I went down to the studio, this big, beautiful grand piano, and I thought, I've got to figure out this piano thing. There's got to be logic to it. You look at the keys, and they're all kind of discombobulated. Yeah. It's not, why are they black and white? Why can't they just have one color?
That's a good question.
So I made a very large cup of coffee, and I sat down at the piano for hours, but I didn't play. I just looked at the keys.
You're looking for a pattern. I talk about that a lot. Humans love patterns.
Mathematical. This is natural, human instinct. Humans evolved with math, even though they didn't really, know what they were doing. But millions of years ago, we evolved mathematically in our survival. But after a number of hours, all of a sudden it came to me. I said, "Oh, that's it," and I took that and was able to literally play the piano.
Right.
Now I had to train my muscles, and I did the slow method, but I was able to play every major and minor chord and every major and minor scale from that moment on. And to this day, I sometimes teach people in 3 minutes. If they can count to 4, then I can teach them in 3 minutes how to play every major and minor scale and chord right away. And I've done that with people who studied music for many, many years, memorizing scales.
Right. You don't need to memorize it.
The first thing they do is get mad. They get
I've
mad.
I've been memorizing this all these years.
Doing this all these years. But what they've done is they've been doing it all these years, but they can't play anything.
Yeah.
Unless you put music in front. I said, well, I just wrote this song. Let's play. Let's play me a part. Oh, do you have the music? No, I don't. I just wrote it. It's in the key of A minor. Play. So it's that we teach young music students about these things via memorization, but they never really get it. And so that was a very important thing. And I think performance. Which I never expected to do. I thought, well, okay, I'm a songwriter. I'm in the back room writing songs, and somebody else is recording them and performing them. But John Frusciante told me one day. John was the lead guitarist for the Red Hot Chili Peppers. He's since dropped out of the band again to pursue his solo career. But John said to me, writing a song is only half of of writing a song. The other half is performing it in front of people. Only then do you understand what you need to do with that song in terms of making it better, or is it already better, or whatever. And I thought, damn, you mean I got to perform in front of people? So the performance of music became something similar to the performance of running or cycling or swimming, and I do all those things, but I don't compete anymore. But it's still performance, and the performance that we're looking for is continually trying to approach that perfection.
Right. Yeah, and like I was working with a coworker that was having to pass a big certification test, and I was telling her all about the nutrition she should do for this test. Get up in the morning, have a nice breakfast, pace yourself before the test, have a medium-sized cup of coffee. There's all this stuff that they've proven that can really improve your test scores in academics by eating right and sleeping right and studying in the same room that you're going to take the test, for example. And she did, and I said, it'll add 5 to 10 points to your score, right? But what if that's a difference in you passing? Wow, well that's really cool, talking about the music stuff. Yeah, I play guitar, and I'm not that great, but I know what you're talking about with like trying to learn a Jimi Hendrix solo. If you tried to just play it, it's impossible. You can't. But if you have somebody lay out for you note for note, and you slowly move, you learn how to play that note and move to the next, then you can actually pick it up pretty fast.
Right. Or if you listen and you improve your listening capabilities, which you can improve just like you can improve anything else, you have to first be able to hear each of those notes in that crazy riff that is almost perfect.
There's individual notes in there.
There are. And I guarantee you one thing, that Jimi Hendrix did the same thing when he was learning how to do it.
Yeah, and there's videos online. You were making me think of the math part of it. Joe Satriani has videos online about how to learn, whatever songs. And he's an amazing guitarist, one of the best ever. And he'll play a scale for you. And you can see that there's math there because there's a pattern going on with the scale. And then he'll say, okay, so this one part of the song is really just going through this one scale. And then I'll put a little bit of a twist on it with a bend in the string, like right here. And then, or to make it sound more interesting, I'll play one note kind of half off, like over here. But then everything is just scales. And so the faster you can learn to play the scales and then hop between scales that are related to each other a little bit, then you can have an amazing song.
Yeah, and that's, whether it's B.B. King or Eric Clapton or John Frusciante or Jimi Hendrix, they all... and the same with the piano, the same with all the instruments, in both popular and classical music. Mozart did the same thing. There's an emphasis on scales and chords. Chords, generally, the emphasis is something that popular music, the scale-based popular music versus the chord-based popular music versus the scale-based classical music. But the good popular music has as much classical music in it as anything else. So it's the combination of the two, and you start when you have math. Man, it's so much easier.
Yeah. Well, back to endurance sports. I got in touch with you through Angela Nath, and what kind of guidance are you giving her on her training? Like as far as like nutrition and pacing and stuff. How are you coaching somebody like a female in the modern era that's trying to break through to Ironman level?
No different than I've done in the past. Through individualization, through starting out with assessment, evaluating as much as possible. And then saying, okay, your body can tolerate this and that, but it cannot tolerate these things, so we'll move these things over here. Early in the process, or somewhere along the way, after a couple of years, Angela wanted more more of a schedule and day-to-day training information, and I discourage that. I try to get people to read their body, and I think Angela's going to be able to do that really well. But at the moment, at that moment, she needed more help, and I didn't have time to do that.
Right.
So we got a coach. We found somebody who had some time, and we twisted his arm, and he's okay. He's Mark Allen.
Yeah, he might know kind of what you're talking.
He knows
about.
A few things about the Ironman.
Yeah.
And Mark. So Mark and I are really the support crew for Angela.
Uh-huh.
And it's been a couple of years. It's been an amazingly wonderful experience with working with Mark. It's always wonderful working with an athlete, and to see Angela make incredible progress.
Right.
And it's just been fun. I don't have a lot of time to do that anymore because my music keeps me really busy, and I also kind of live off the grid on a farm, and so I've never been so busy, but I've also never had so much fun.
Yeah. Let's ask a couple of Twitter questions here. I announced on Twitter that I was going to be talking to you and asked if anybody had anything. Of course they did.
Great.
Let's see. I've got a question that I don't understand. Maybe you understand what he's asking. Mongoose Runner is saying, how do you determine the metrics to calculate intensity levels for each workout? I'm not sure exactly what he's asking. Do you know what he's asking?
I'm not sure, but I suspect, and I'm sorry if I'm not correct, but I think he's talking about this issue of if you're geared to train at 140, running at 140 is different than swimming at 140 and different than biking at 140.
Mm-hmm.
And it has to do with perceived exertion, which is a very subjective thing, but it more has to do with gravity, and the amount of muscle mass you're using. Right. When you're running, you're using the most amount of muscle mass because you're under tremendous gravity stress.
Right. Because
of that, your effort is not going to be as high. So at 140, your perception of how fast you're going is going to be a lot lower. Mm-hmm. At the other end of the spectrum, in the water, there's not nearly as much gravitational stress. Mm-hmm. And so your movements, you can do an awful lot at that 140 heart rate. So much so that a good swimmer will probably not even be able to reach 140 heart rate.
Right. Because
the technique is going to be good, and the lowered amount of stress. So the perceived exertion is going to be a lot higher. And in cycling, it's sort of in the middle. Mm-hmm. I think that's what he's talking about. And then the follow-up question to that is usually, does that mean we change the max aerobic heart rate for swimming and biking compared to running? And the answer is no.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that anyway.
Yeah. I thought that in the beginning, many, many years ago, and I went through this whole process, and I realized that no, the only thing that changes is the subjective feeling of exertion. Mm-hmm. And I don't like to rely on subjective information. I like to be as objective as possible, and so I realized that the heart rate stays the same. The feelings of the workout are going to vary. And in the case of swimming, you may get so good mechanically that you'll never reach your max aerobic heart rate. And in that instance, there are many options, just like in cycling when you physically can't go that fast. And in the case of a good runner, which was your experience, you can't go fast enough. There are little tricks that you can do, like aerobic intervals or other workouts where you go into that high aerobic state where you're going really fast and then you back off and then you go back into it.
Yeah, I noticed when I did the math training mostly as I was training for an ultra. I had to quit swimming and biking for a while, so I was running like 100 miles a week for this thing. And then, and I noticed I could get my heart rate up, and I get the cadence, and a lot of it's cadence, right? And it's the biomechanical firing to get the cadence for me, in my case, to get my heart rate up, to do all this. And then training myself to fuel better and eat more and all this. And then I noticed as soon as I got back on the bike after 2 months or 3 months of specifically run training, that my heart rate on the bike was what I was able to achieve a much higher heart rate without getting fatigue. That I had trained myself to be familiar. Using running, I trained myself to be familiar and comfortable with a much higher cadence, and to assume that was normal. And yeah, I hadn't been on the bike in a while, and it took me a little bit to kind of settle down. But now I'm out on the bike at a much higher cadence than I used to be, 10 RPM higher, because I know that's doable, and that I can do approaching 140 heart rate on the bike, subjectively. Yeah.
Yeah, cadence is important. Stride rate, when you're running, is important. Same kind of thing in swimming. And yeah, there are some general rules that should not be used by individuals, because the general rules are too general. So they talk about 180 when you're running. You should have 180 steps a minute, or this. Athletes who are healthy. And by healthy, I mean balanced. So your gait is balanced, your brain works well. Athletes will automatically run at their most efficient level, their best running economy, their best biking economy, their best swimming economy, because the brain has this intelligence. That's what the brain is all about, and it knows what to do. So if you just remove enough roadblocks, and when I first started using the heart monitor, and it was before the wireless monitors came onto the market. This is the late 70s, and the only heart monitor I could find were those that were used in hospitals with cardiac patients, and I used it to assess people on the treadmill, assess them on the track, on whatever ergometers, or going out for a bike ride. And I never had the notion that, they're going to train with this every day. It was, here's your training pace, here's what it feels like, go do it. And I noticed quickly, as they started coming back a week later or 2 weeks later, that they often didn't quite understand where they needed to be. They couldn't read their body well. And then the idea of using heart monitors more regularly was important. But I still thought this is a stepping stone. Once you use the monitor for a few weeks or a few months, you know what it feels like to be at 140. You know what it feels like to be at 142.
Right.
And I would often, and by the mid 80s, having run with heart monitors for 7 years or so, I knew all this stuff. I knew what it felt like to be running at a certain heart rate. And I would make bets with athletes. I'd say, well, I bet you I could run at, whatever heart rate you want me to run at.
Yeah, right. Yeah. You totally
and I would almost always win.
Yeah.
Because I knew the feeling, but it was not something that most athletes were able to do. Right.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying earlier, where you got to train yourself to know what things feel like. My very first Ironman, I had a power meter, and it conked out the first hour of the ride. It wouldn't do that because the battery was low or something.
Yeah.
And then finally it got enough signal. But it's very important not to go too hard on the bike at the beginning, and that's the worst place to do it, or that's the most common place to do it.
During an Ironman?
Yeah, any bike race, right, is right at the beginning, or any marathon, or any kind of
event.
Well,
any endurance event, if you start tapping into your glycogen stores, you're in trouble. I mean, even a 5K race, if you go out too fast, you're in trouble. And that has to do with that mix of of fat burning and sugar burning. Even in a 5K race, you're burning a certain amount of fat. And if you're not, you're relying more on sugar, and if you use up your glycogen, you're dead at the end of the race.
Yeah.
So
Halfway through the race.
in a longer event, it's even more important because your fat burning is so important, and you physically cannot get in enough nutrient to make up for that.
Yeah, it's impossible.
Problem in a race. As much as you stuff a lot of food in, it's not going to work.
So we got a question from 623 is their Twitter name, and they're saying, I thought MAF training had to be daily, strict. Why is it okay for Brett, me, because I post my workouts online. I'm sponsored by Sunto, which gives me a heart rate monitor and all this stuff, a nice run-in watch. And I post my workouts online so people can see what I do and the effect that it has on me as I try out different stuff, whatever. And I do a mix of MAF and interval stuff. And they're asking, why is it okay for Brett to do them MAF and intense workouts, alternating? And my explanation for that is a lot of to keep me training. There's a little bit of sanity and variation, and it just keeps me happy and going back out. And I know that I have I'm trying to up my threshold a little bit on certain things, and so I'm pushing my body, my muscles, to be a little bit stronger. And then I'll do like one workout like that, and then I'll back way off and then do MAF for days, and then I'll do another interval set. That's what I'm doing, and I don't know what you think about that.
Well, what caught my attention was your sponsorship. I just used the last heart monitor that was given to me by some company years ago. I think it was probably, I accumulated these things for decades.
Right.
And it was one where you can't change the battery, which is what they had way back when. Maybe they still have that, but I think they changed that. And I thought, gee, I need a heart monitor sponsor now, because I don't have any more heart monitors, and I don't want to go out and buy one.
Right.
I actually don't wear it a lot, but I do test myself. But anyway,
if you went shopping for a heart rate monitor, I'd love to have a webcam on you. What does Phil Maffetone do?
Oh, man.
Who does he pick? I can see reading all the descriptions on the back of the boxes. Then which one do you actually pick?
I have a hard time going into a store anyway. Any kind of store.
Yeah.
But and the same thing with shoes. I haven't bought shoes in so long. I have so many pairs that were given to me. Even though I say bad things about shoes, they still give me shoes.
Right.
As a matter of fact, I was in a shoe store in Greenwich, Connecticut one time. And I went in with a patient, and we were looking at shoes, and the guy comes over, who's the owner, and he says, what are you looking for? I said, well, something flat and like a racing flat that he can train in. And he said, oh, what kind of pace do you run? I said, oh, he's only going about 8:30. He said, oh, no, you need these big, thick, these new...
what are those called? They're maximalist is what they're calling them now, I noticed.
Well, this was years ago, before those funny names came into being. Yeah. But I said, no. I've evaluated him, and I know what he needs. He said, no, I'm a shoe expert, and I know what he needs. And I said, well, I'm a doctor, and I've been doing this for many, many years, and he's the customer, and he wants that, and I want... And this guy started screaming at me. Yeah. And he got so upset. It was like a Bob Dylan song. He got so upset that he stormed out of the store. And on his way out, he said to the salesperson there, give them anything they want. I don't care. It was just, talk about a webcam. That would have been great. But anyway, yes, I getting back to 623's question. Yeah. There's a time when you want to allow your aerobic system to build up, and the best thing to do in that situation is to only train aerobically.
Right.
And as you do that, you'll find that you can sometimes jump into a race now and then, like a 10K race, something relatively short, and it's not going to interfere with that base building. Especially if you do your MAF test every month, you'll know whether you're going beyond your limit more often than you should.
Right.
Some people are more sensitive, and it really has to do with how much stress the individual has. How much stress are they under? And can they take a little more stress? If we can get rid of a lot of our stress, and I've been doing that my whole life, trying to get rid of stress, and I've been very successful at it. That's why I'm a hermit. But if you can get rid of stress, you can do more anaerobic stuff like you're doing without it interfering
That's
your
true. I'm a very low stress person. I've engineered, I've done my life hacking, whatever they call it nowadays, to be very low stress. And and another thing, I think maybe it has something to do with the fact I'm that 10% that's coming from the other way, trying to come up, and I'm trying to push myself and prove to myself, and well, not prove, but trying to get my body to go faster.
Yeah, but I hate to break this to you, Brett, but you're no longer in that 10% group.
No longer. No.
You're now more in the normal group. You've built your base. You can hit 140 or whatever your numbers are, and you can,
And so that's what I've noticed is I do less of that interval stuff now that I'm there. I get so much benefit from the MAF. There's no point in doing the interval stuff. It's if I want to strengthen my muscles, I'll do MAF going uphill because that works the muscles a little bit differently and strains them against gravity, like you were saying. And that'll make my muscles stronger, and I can do that while staying at around 140.
Yeah, and the endurance trend is fairly new. In the 60s and 70s, the running boom hit, and what happened was a lot of coaches from track and field suddenly had jobs in training marathoners and 10K. And what they brought over with them was the work ethic of track and field. Right. So that was intervals and training fast to race fast and that whole mentality. And it still exists today. If you look at an endurance event that you want to race well in, like an Ironman, even a marathon, you're only going about 85% of your VO2 max. So why do you want to spend all this time training at these higher levels when you're not even going to race at that level? Right,
you're never going to hit it anyway.
Yeah, so it's, but we can also argue the same thing using fat and sugar burning. These are mostly, almost all aerobic based events, and fat burning plays a very, very important role. And you don't want to diminish fat burning, you want to improve fat burning. Intervals can diminish fat burning if you're not really, really careful, and on and on.
So my last question for you is, I have a 9-year-old son that has been on a kid's triathlon team, and it's the cutest thing in the world for several years now. I don't know if you work with kids at all, but as he's getting older and as he grows up in this, I don't know if he's going to do triathlon his whole life or anything like that, but as he's turned into a teenager and growing up, what kind of guidance? A lot of people listen to the show have kids. What kind of guidance should we be giving kids as far as like how to train? Like you said, health is being balanced,
Yeah.
And like nutrition and so on and so forth, and because with parenting, I've realized it's subtle things that you tell them and kind of point in directions, and you can't force them to do. You shouldn't try to force them to do anything. But what kind of, if you had a 9-year-old that you were in charge of for the next 10 years that likes triathlon, he loves it, but he's got balanced schoolwork and all kinds of stuff. Kind of what would your tips be?
Yeah, I have 3 kids. They're now grown, and I have 11 grandchildren.
Okay, yeah, so you know all about this.
So, and I have worked with a lot of kids in sports, in many different sports, and there's one very, very important thing. There's one thing that's really the only thing at that age that's it's it's important to do all the healthy things, of course. Avoiding junk food, eating only healthy food, wearing shoes that are healthy, and sleeping enough, and all that stuff is very important. But there's one issue that is far and away the most important thing, and that's to have fun.
Right.
And if parents want to interfere with that fun issue, it's a problem. If coaches or school teachers or other kids want to interfere with this child having fun, then that situation has to be changed, because you don't want a rigid structure. You don't want to do what you would do with yourself as an adult. You want to,
oh, totally.
This is playtime.
Yeah.
You want to go out and have fun. And one of the nice things about triathlon is that it's cross-training. Mm-hmm. But even more for kids, they need other cross-training stimulation too. So basketball, baseball, other physical activities that are going to get them using their bodies in different ways than just swimming, biking, and running would also be important.
Yeah, I was really lucky as a kid. My brother and I, my mom and dad put us in every single sport you could imagine. We wanted to sign up for something. Great. We'd play it, and then as you get closer to high school and you need to kind of, you kind of run out of time to play everything, and you want to be on a varsity team. You got to try out for teams. Now you got to be good.
It's intense competition, even at a junior high or even a younger age. Yeah. It's that intense competition that you want to keep these kids away from. And,
right.
And I don't want to keep blaming the parents, but a lot of times the parents are more competitive than the child, and that needs to be balanced out. Of course, in school today, they're doing away with so many sports programs and music programs.
Yeah, that's really sad.
And yet in the U.S., we're still ranking way, way, way down the list worldwide with scholastic aptitude. So
it's something like they just did a survey. A quarter of the American population doesn't know that the Earth revolves around the sun.
Wow. Yeah. Wow. Well, when I was graduating high school, I could read stuff, but I didn't know what I was reading. I never read a book. Yeah. I couldn't read any of the books that they wanted me to read. I really couldn't read.
Yeah.
And I thought, I'm going to write a book before I read a book.
Oh.
It was just kind of a silly thing that I said, but I always remembered it. And I remember writing my first book thinking, aha, I've written a book now and I haven't read one yet.
Yeah, I do. I've never done a marathon, but I've done like tons of Ironmans and ultras and stuff. I think it's kind of funny. I've never done a standalone marathon.
Yeah, they're harder because they're shorter.
Yeah, and you go harder.
Yeah, you have to go faster per mile.
Speaking of books, you've got at least the two big books that you've done. Which book was your first book that you published?
Oh gosh, that was I don't even remember the year. It was called The High Performance Heart.
Okay.
And it was a book I had a patient who was a professional writer. He did some work for Sports Illustrated and got into endurance sports and did a lot of writing. And he was one of those guys using one or two times those heart monitors I had.
Right.
And he said, boy, this is interesting. Nobody's doing this. And he said, maybe you should write a book about it. So we ended up writing this thing. He was my kind of my ghostwriter. And
right, helps you out.
It's called The High Performance Heart. They did 2 editions. It sold pretty well. I think it's still out there, but I don't recommend it because they never wanted to redo it. And it's like 20
there's so much
something
more
years old now.
Yeah.
So, I've written, I have to go back and count, but I've written probably 18 books that have been published. The two in sports, the 2 big ones are the big book of endurance training and racing.
The big yellow book.
It's a big yellow book. Mm-hmm. And then there's kind of a companion book called the Big Book of Health and Fitness, which is red. Mm-hmm. And that's more about lifestyle stuff, but when you talk about athletes needing to be healthy, that's the book that will give you a lot more than the yellow book gives you.
So the red book has more about balance in it?
More about balance, more about diet, more about lifestyle stress.
Yeah, and like
And
you were saying, that's really interesting that, heart rate values to target can be different based on how much stress you have, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
it has to do with stress hormones and the status of the nervous system. And the stress, we all have stress meters, and if we exceed a certain level, the body doesn't work as well.
Yeah.
So if we have a 40-hour-a-week job, 3 kids, a big house, social responsibilities, professional, career responsibilities, and we want to train for the Ironman, well, guess what? You've got to decide which of all those things you're going to reduce time spent in, because you don't have time for everything. If you want to sleep 7 to 8 hours, which you have to do.
Yeah, and like for example, I was in a meeting a couple of days ago that was a pretty stressful meeting. It wasn't bad or anything, but I was performing, in front of a whole bunch of people that were a lot higher ranking than me, and I don't know exactly when I'm going to have to talk, and so I have to be on the ball, and I'm just looking left. I'm at a table, one of these tables that's like comically long. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
You're just like, wow, okay, so I'm looking left, looking right, looking left, looking right. Who do I say? And my big boss is sitting right next to me, and I'm like, and when that meeting's over, it lasted, 2 hours, 3 hours. I did the smart thing, I ate well beforehand and had some tea, and I did as much as I could. And then when it was over, I was exhausted, because your body doesn't really know that much of a difference. It's
exactly
fight or flight.
Yeah.
Stressful.
And I was just writing about this. The process of overtraining and the stages that an overtrained athlete goes through are the same exact stages that occur under stress. And the stress mechanism has been researched for almost 100 years now, or over 100 years now. And we know the mechanisms. We know what happens in the early stages and how things change later on, and how when things get really bad, how the body breaks down. And overtraining for an athlete follows the same exact pattern. It's really a stress reaction.
Yeah, I've been overtrained one time, and then also I've had job burnout. It was dramatic, ridiculously similar, like how I felt. Yeah,
and a lot of endurance athletes don't want to they don't want to see that. They don't want to admit that actually is the case, and they will categorize, they'll compartmentalize their life, and here's my life here, and over here is my athletic life, and never the twain shall meet.
Yeah.
It's all one,
Right.
It's the Zen. It's all one, and we need to balance it, and that key balance is what'll get you running your best races.
Yeah, but also instead of it just being a bad thing that they're connected, it's also a good thing, right? Because like I can sit at my office and work on trying not making my 8 hours a day there stressed, right? And also having a refrigerator nearby with healthy food in it. And then all of a sudden my work life is complementing, it's de-stressing. I can de-stress my work life to the point so that it's actually complementing my workout life. I can have better workouts because now I've arranged and picked and chose over many years, picked and choose the what I get involved in, and then all of a sudden my health is a whole lot better.
Oh, that's perfect. I mean, that's what people should be doing. I've done the same thing throughout my whole life, and people need to know how to quit their jobs in the middle of a great career, leave a relationship regardless of anything and everything, move from some location where you have horrible allergies to a place where you won't have allergies, and et cetera, et cetera. Eliminate stress, and it may not change the length of your life, but it will change the quality of your life significantly.
Yeah, I totally agree. Well, I really appreciate you being on the show. Is there anything that you want to let people know that you're doing, or have something coming up next that?
Well, I do have my website, which originally was a music site,
Right.
and I started getting people. People would. This is when I was just coming. I had just started doing brain wave studies on people to see how they responded to music and how it tied in with health, and I was also getting my music catalog up on a website. And suddenly, I started getting emails through the website from people asking me questions about racing and training. And I'm thinking, well, I'm a songwriter now, and so I started answering it. And to make a long story short, the website has turned into this huge monster.
Yeah.
And it kind of runs itself. I guess gone are the days when there are a lot of interns around looking for work to help people like me, but I certainly need help. But the website is this monster, and half of it is health and fitness, and half of it is music.
Yeah.
I do add to my article archives as often as I think of something to write, and we'll continue doing that. I'll continue adding music as I record, which I just did, and just finishing up mixing some new songs. But endurance articles are still there. I occasionally do articles for Ironman.com and Lava Magazine. But I used to write a lot of articles for magazines and talk about stress. It was always stressful, not the writing part, but dealing with editors and having these long discussions about the English language. And come on, I don't want to know about the English language. It's a bad thing. Just, I want to put the information out. I don't want to add fluff to this paragraph. I want to give people information. So I enjoy writing an article that may not be a perfect presentation, and there may be some typos, and I still don't know the English language real well, but I have fun doing it, and people really like it. And so I post them still often, and no doubt there will be books in the future, even though I keep saying I'm retired from writing books.
Yeah, I'm looking at your webpage right now, and you've got music on the left, health and fitness on the right, just on the front page, for example. And it's cool. You got music samples and albums to download, and then on the right, articles, like the belly fat is common, belly fat article. And
there are hundreds of articles on there.
Yeah, really cool stuff. And then you have, I think there's like some kind of, is there a forum? Yeah, there's a forum on there too.
There is a forum. The host has changed their programming, and the forum had gotten messed up in the process, and it's still not fixed. But there is a forum, and I get so many questions. I try and read them. I can not answer hardly any, if any. But I try to read them because it sometimes gives me article ideas. Sometimes I have information that I've explained certain ways, and all of a sudden I get a question, and it makes me think, well, gee, I should write the same article from a completely different perspective. And it's a big success because, I didn't have the right perspective initially, and if we look at it this way, here's a better way of explaining it. So I do some of that as well.
Oh, cool. Well, thank you very much, and I really appreciate your time.
Thank you, Brett.
I hope to talk to you again someday. It's been great.
Here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, and like I promised, here is Phil Maffetone playing with some people you might have heard of. One of them is the drummer with the Red Hot Chili Peppers. I think one of them might be the guitarist with Red Hot Chili Peppers too. And it's called Twice in a Lifetime, and you can go check out his website, philmaffetone.com, and go check out more of his music. It's a 50-50 website, music and endurance training. The guy is the guru, man, so check him out. And here it is, Twice in a Lifetime.
Hanging up the phone, I lay down to cry. I thought about this roller coaster ride. Best thing we can do is just say goodbye. I feel the feeling falling deep inside. dream I did not have, I lied. Best thing for me is to go to bed and die, and feel the feeling falling deep inside. She did it to me twice in one lifetime. Too much for one heart. Twice in one lifetime. Do I look the part? Do I look the part? Hanging up the phone, I lay down to cry. I thought about this roller coaster ride. Best thing we can do is just say goodbye, and feel the feeling falling deep inside. She did it to me twice in one lifetime. Too much for one heart. Twice in one lifetime. Do I look the part? Do I look the part? Do I look the part?
All right, super cool. And like I said, we might talk with Phil more on future episodes. I got a lot to ask him. And before we get into the 2-hour-long training log where I start eating crazy stuff and running on it, like Whole Foods, and then going out and running on it, you guys can laugh at some of the stuff I eat and then go out and run and do well. It's crazy. I want to mention donations. So donations keep this show on the air, and there's 2 ways to donate. You can do recurring. And this is on the left-hand side of ZenTriathlon.com. You can do recurring, which is less than $4 a month. So it's like around $4 or $1 per episode, which is nothing. So if you find anything in ZenTri that you find useful, that really helped out your training, consider doing a donation. And then there's one-time donations. And if you do a one-time donation through PayPal, it gives you a spot right there if you want to ask me a question. And we have some of those here. And let me go ahead and list out these names. I love mentioning these names. Saeed Khwaja. I hope I'm saying that right. Oh, you got to remember, I'm trying to read some last names here that, I admittedly have trouble with. So, Melissa J. Boudreau. We worked on that one. We got that one straightened out, I think. Michael Hildick. Simon Wright. What's up, Simon? Daniel Stark, who is Tony Stark's cousin, I believe. Matthew Heinz. John Taylor, Weston Tanner, and Allison Frutos. All donors, and thank you so very much. And we got another one from Paul that's moving to South Dakota, and his email says, "Hi Brett, great info. I'll be competing in my second Wisconsin Ironman this year." Oh, I've done that race. It's a beautiful race. But we are moving to very flat South Dakota. Is it really that flat there? I didn't know that. I'm thinking of getting an old treadmill and deactivating the belt, but use the incline to simulate hills. I put my mag trainer on it. Right, so then under the front wheel, you would put the treadmill and then hit the buttons to make it rise and lower, right? I hope to simulate going up hills, and that would adjust the incline during my workout. What are your thoughts on this? Thanks, Paul. Okay, I would say that that's complicated, and first I would do planks of wood and bricks and stuff like that and get off the bike and practice it and see if you think that the different positions actually really help you climb hills, which I've heard they do. And then after you get tired of that analog version of it, then start trying to do it electronically. And I have an idea, because I've thought about this myself, is you put an air bladder under the front, whatever's under your front tire, under a plank of wood, and then with a hand pump like you would for a blood pressure cuff, right? You could use a blood pressure cuff, right? And you hand pump up the blood pressure cuff, and then that bladder increasing in size pushes up something. So you could use some leverage of one thing over another, to increase this. You could probably devise something. I think somebody should invent this, where it's a hand, or something that connects to your drivetrain would be even cooler. That engages, and then you can raise the incline and then let it out. But I think a hand pump would be pretty cool for a blood pressure cuff, and then you could rise the front end. That'd be pretty cool, like you're going uphill. But way to think of something inventive, man. I love that. Okay, we have another email. Oh, thanks, Paul. I was listening to your latest podcast while parking in a large multi-level garage about trying to get hill workouts to work when you live in a flat part of the country, when an epiphany dawned on me. You can easily do hill workouts to your local parking garage if no hills are available. Steep inclines, check. Flat surface, check. And then the email goes on, but I want to say downhills, check. Man, dude, Rocky Raccoon, my quads were killing me because I never practiced on downhills, or enough downhills. And okay, so then, and that's what usually ends up really hurting people. Just make sure to do it when there's little traffic. Haha, got it. Keep up the good work, Mike Goldberg. All right, I agree. I just wish there was a parking garage within 6 miles of my house. I don't even live near a parking garage. Dude, listen, I go out my back door of my house and I can see prairie. There's sometimes I hear cows at night and coyotes and stuff like that. And there's like no parking garage anywhere around here. And for me to find a decent one, that would take some work. But I do like the idea of a parking garage, right? Because instead of going up and down stairs, the parking garage incline, you could run down it, Like stairs, you kind of just step down. But running down the parking garage incline would be that's a really good idea. I could go on campus here at A&M. Oh, but then I got to park there. I got to think that one through. All right. Anyway. So there's all that, and let's see. I think that's enough sponsor mentions. Beat It Juice, I use that. Make sure you check them out. And I haven't talked about them in a little bit. And then, so let's go into the training log. We got 2 hours of fun in there. Me recovering from Rocky Raccoon and trying to get going. Something I haven't mentioned in the training log is my freaking ribs are still broken. They hurt. Yesterday was the first day where I was able to sneeze, and it hurt really bad, but it didn't make me grab my side and scream in pain. So I can now sneeze without screaming in pain. It still really freaking hurts, and like I can sleep now on my right side, but without me screaming in pain. But it still really hurts. And I swear there's a dent where my rib got broken. So that's where I am with that. All right. So that's the kind of fun stuff we have in the training log. And I think that's it. Okay, I got to get this podcast out. So let's finish recording and start doing. All right. Training log. Here we go.
You are entering the ZenTri training log zone. Huneli.
Hi everybody, my name's Brett. I'm a triathlete.
I decided it's time I got some friends more suited to my status.
But Joe, we've been friends for years.
Hey, we all make mistakes. Come on, dudes, let's go exercise! Exercise! Yeah! I'm gonna do sit-ups till I poop myself!
All right. Start date. Welcome to the training log. Start date. What is it? I'll tell you in a second. Hold on. I just went for a bike ride. It's Saturday. The Saturday after Rocky Raccoon. It's been a week. You hear dogs barking. And 18.3 miles on the Sunto Ambit. And, I need to upload exercise saved. It'll tell me the date here in a second. Maybe it's on my phone. Well, it's 5:51 p.m. Hour-long bike ride. Got some cool numbers for you. Really good stuff to help you out in your training. You can hear Kona barking. I'm drinking more water. Keeping true to my pledge from the Rocky Raccoon. Sipping on very light bits of honey. Oh, the 8th, February 8th. Ooh, Valentine's Day is coming up soon. 18 miles an hour on a road bike. Not bad. Lots of headwind headed south. It was about 50 degrees, 51, 52. Clear skies. Finally this afternoon, it finally cleared up. We've just had tons and tons of snow and ice. Well, for us, which means like 3 or 4 times this year, 5 times this year. And we never get that. Like, well, we do. We get it like once a year, once every couple of years, maybe. At least once every couple of years, sometimes once a year, an ice storm. Whoa, holy crap. Oh, I think the dog's feet are dirty. Hey, back outside. Roxy, oh my God. We're going to be in trouble because your feet are so dirty. Oh, crap. New carpet. What do we do? Hold on a second. Let me try to do something with this dog. Listen. Hold on. Okay, sorry about that. You cannot chase a greyhound. You have to stop everything you're doing and trick it to come to you. Oh my God. Okay, wiped your feet off. Anyway, so first outdoor bike ride in a long time. Or a couple extra things like arm warmers and those of you up north are going to hate this. So I had to put on arm warmers and very thin full finger gloves and an Under Armour heat gear t-shirt under my bike jersey. Oh, and a cycling, what do you call that? Skull cap. You know. Oh, let's do a beer review. Holy cow, we didn't do one last episode. I've had a few good beers, and we're going to do a beer review while I tell you about what's going on. Okay, we have a choice. And I highly recommend, what is this one I had last time? Rahr and Sons, R-A-H-R, Iron Thistle, Scottish Style Ale. Holy cow, that is good stuff. Brewed in Fort Worth, Texas. And the label is purple and gray and a brown bottle. That was really good. I really recommend that. And let's try, where's my Sunto bottle opener? Okay, we have a choice. We have Brooklyn Winter Ale, which... Oh, and El Jefe Wiesen with a chick with really long, awesome-looking legs on the front. Let's do her. Come on. I'm trying to do this with one hand. Come on. You can do it. There you go. You can do it. I still got my helmet and my bike shoes on. Anyway, went running this morning with Emily and Kai and Kona. All of us together. And my ribs are still cracked, man. They hurt. Oh, my God. And Kona, is yanking on the leash, especially because he's trying to chase Emily and Kai. He's all excited. He hadn't been running in a long time. So he's pulling me, dragging me down the street, which just torques me really, really bad. But it was really nice to get out running again. And that was a week's worth of rest, 6 days worth of rest. And I actually ran a sub 9 and was like an 8:57 or something like that. And the only thing that hurt was my quads whenever I would run downhill. But holy crap, they hurt. I really tore those up. Okay. Oh, that's good. Let's read the label. Oh. These beer reviews, Brett, you're doing a good job. A German-style Hefeweizen. El Hefeweizen. And this ale is crisp and refreshing with notes of banana, cloves, and citrus. Perfect for that hot summer day. Blah. named after the Jefe, boss of the house. Where's it brewed? No Label Brewery. Oh, Katy, Texas. Hey, that's Houston. St. Arnold's is out of Houston, if you did not know. That's good stuff. Hey, Suji, what's up? You want to purr for us? That's Suji. Okay, Suji the Power Cat. And so that was just a like a 3.3 mile run. And I was really pleased at my speed, and my turnover and my running form was really good. And that is like I could tell that all the run training I had done had really paid off, and my form was markedly different than, I don't know, let's say half a year ago, right? Before I started training for all this stuff. And let's see, there's that. Then we went and saw the Lego movie, which was really good. I highly recommend it. And then went by Freebirds and started eating Mexican food, but healthy Mexican food. And we'll talk about this, if this is really paying off, over many, many episodes to come. I kind of figured out that if you eat whole foods and eat to not get hungry, you actually lose weight. It's like really weird. Like aggressively eat. Your weight goes down, which makes me think that there's something going on in Western diets where we're being told to watch out, don't eat too much, and all this stuff. And then it's playing a psychological and a metabolic trick on our body so that we go long periods without eating because of the industrial culture of working hours and getting stressed and stuff. And then, so our body's trying to hold on to what we eat, and then we eat crap, and then so it hits us fast because it's processed. So then the body is trying to grab this and store it, and that's why everybody's just a little pudgy, you know? Because I'm going out of my way to eat more than what I think I want, and I'm actually dropping weight. It's very odd. But it's eating all the time and then eating healthy stuff. Okay, so then this bike ride this evening, I wanted to talk about that. Okay, so I'm well rested, so naturally my heart rate's going to be higher. If you're tired, your heart rate's depressed a little bit. But all the running and then the long break from cycling, hold on. Trying to unzip a jersey. I got my freaking Live Strong jersey. I'm kind of half embarrassed half the time to be wearing it, but it's a nice jersey. The Live Strong's great. Lance, I got questions. But so I'm coming back to cycling, outdoor cycling. I'm on my road bike, fresh and applying stuff without any kind of baggage. And my cadence and my heart rate were nice and high, like Maffetone high. And it used to be that there was no way I could ride for an hour with my heart rate at 140. That would just kill me. And with my cadence at 95 RPM. But that's what I was doing. And again, a big chunk of this is because I was well rested. And that's true. Putting the beer in a koozie. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's good. That is true. But that would explain heart rate. Probably wouldn't really explain cadence. And because I'm starting off this season from scratch, the Ironman season, from taking a long break from the bike, my goal is to start off right and only go as long as I can doing it right. So let's talk about cadence for a minute. The right cadence is the low to mid 90s. 92, let's say. And same thing running, right? The right cadence is very high 80s, low 90s, 92. And you should run at that cadence all the time so that you don't train yourself to run at a lower cadence. Now, you can run faster or slower, but the cadence is the key. And once you can't keep up that cadence anymore, then your workout's probably done. So then you're starting to train yourself with a bad cadence if you keep going. So starting from scratch with the biking, let's say an hour right now at a nice high cadence and a nice high heart rate, and then slowly add on to that, right, for my longer rides. So hour and a half, or hour and 10, hour and 15 minutes, hour and a half, 2 hours, 3 hours, start building it up until I'm doing that cadence all the time on all my long rides, and doing it right. So it really surprised me how high my cadence was riding today, and I'm really happy about it. And the coolest thing is a high cadence takes the load off your legs. You just got to be able to do the cadence. But it also drives your heart rate up. But all the Maffetone and the higher heart rate running that I've been doing has taught my body to be able to handle that. So the running has actually taught the better quality run training has taught my body to be okay with the higher heart rate that comes along with that, so that when I do the higher cadence on the bike, then the bike is actually doable. So I am freaking stoked. How about that? And before I took off on the bike ride, I drank a Hornet juice, and then during the bike ride with me, I had a flask with honey in it, a little bit of gel, and took it was like 3 sips. Not very much while riding. And finished. And now, it's a week after Rocky Raccoon, and I've gotten in an hour and a half today. How about that? And, if I did lower turnover and started pressing hard on the cranks, my quads, the damage from the Rocky Raccoon, the quads would talk back to me, hurt me pretty bad. So I'm glad that I was doing the higher cadence. It's really nice. Kind of, it's like on the bike. Just imagine you're running. What would be a nice cadence running? And for those of you that ask, what's my favorite healthy whole food to be eating is Mexican food, and it's Mexican food made, from real ingredients, whole ingredients, like right in front of you, or you can make it yourself. A little bit of rice, maybe a whole wheat tortilla, but not a big deal on that. You kind of want to not focus on that. The stuff you want to focus on is pico de gallo, which is diced up onions, peppers, tomato. It's like salsa, but it's not quite as runny. And then salsa's fine too. But watch out with salsa. Make sure it's made with, if you look on the ingredients, it's made with real stuff. The more it looks like diced up stuff, the better off it is, instead of liquid. And then cilantro, lots of cilantro, and little bits of spinach and lettuce. And guacamole, which is avocado with a little bit of pico mixed in, so you could just do avocado instead. I do steak or chicken, and I found that I used to be vegan, and I found that the steak and chicken kind of balance out and make the and then the fat from the steak or the fat from the guacamole added to the chicken kind of makes things last longer and stabilizes your blood sugar, and so you don't have a carb crash later. And then what else do I get? Hot sauce, like spicy, like habanero dripped on it, and I think that's it. Lots of cilantro. So, and if I got anything extra, it would be like white onion, yellow onion, red onion, something like that, or a little bit of wild spring mix lettuce. But cilantro, I like cilantro. Apparently, a lot of people don't like it, and so they'll like sprinkle little tiny bits of cilantro on it, and I'm like, no, like it's lettuce, and they're like this. And today we were getting it, and I go, I go, no, like inappropriate amounts of cilantro. What do you think is enough cilantro that there's something wrong with the person? And they go, like this, and I go, yeah, like that. It's a leafy green. Cilantro is really high, I think, in vitamin A. Am I wrong? But anyway, it's a really good source of a few vitamins. So dump that if you can stand it. If you like cilantro, it's like kale. Like it's like super, super good for you. And then this morning I had a little bit of Ezekiel cereal or Genesis cereal. Let me go look, which is sprouted grain cereal. And I'm not no carb, no grain. I'm just like, let's not focus on that. I'm more like, and I'm not low carb diet guy. I'm just like, let's focus more on fruits and veggies and fat. And when you focus on one thing, you kind of forget about the other stuff. So yeah, Ezekiel cereal, cinnamon raisin, it's got raisins in it, and then what's the other thing? But just a tiny bit of that, like half a cup or a cup of that maybe, and then a little bit later I'll have a scrambled egg. Or two, and I'll put kale, and I'll dice up kale and a chunk of onion, and put it in there, and then in the scrambled egg with a little bit of coconut oil as the oil for the egg to help cook it, and then there's something else. Oh, sriracha sauce, the crazy nuclear rooster sauce, and that's it. All right, that's enough for now. I'm gonna finish this beer. And I'm starting to get a little bit cold because I got sweaty in my little biker aerodynamic clown outfit. And we got stuff to do. All right. I got a podcast to get out there and some coaching to do. All right. Out. Bing. All right. Bang. I'm back. Listening to our man talk. Oh, I can't do it. I just had it a second ago. But that's out of New Zealand. So they do the New Zealand accent. And let's see, it's Tuesday morning. Had a couple little things go down here. Sunday, the whole theme of this podcast is kind of getting back into the Ironman training. And I woke up this morning to an email from Phil Maffetone, and he said he would love to be on the show. So it is going to happen. I'm so excited. And let's see, we'll talk about carbs and all kinds of how much and how little and stuff. A big thing that's going on with me is I am continuing to lose weight with my new diet, although I wouldn't call it a diet. I'm not avoiding food at all. I'm eating like crazy. In fact, I'm kind of hungry right now. I was explaining it to Emily this morning. I'm like, it's like I'm going out of my way to never be hungry. But then when I do eat, I try to mix in fat and protein as much as possible and fiber. Fat, protein, and fiber. It's my goal. I don't avoid carbs, but I do fat, protein, and fiber. And then the weight just keeps dropping without me being hungry. It's really cool. And then when I think about it, eat carbs like bananas and whatever. And then so I had a bike ride this morning. So for example, I did a mix of honey and a little maltodextrin powder, kind of 50-50, and had an awesome workout on the bike this morning. So let's backtrack to that. I don't think I recorded Sunday. Sunday I did a run in the morning, and that was kind of okay. My right knee is really bothering me, and after a couple of few miles in, it starts to bother me. But and I think it's from compromised running form because my muscles are shot, so I'm running weirdly, and it's making me yank on tendons and stuff. And this run was a mile longer than my last run, and I was actually able to run the entire time, even though it was really painful towards the end. That is not something really you should do if you're near your house. You should just stop and don't run on that crap. But I figured I'd just keep running, and we'll see what happens. And then that was in the morning, and then in the afternoon, the weather just got beautiful. And I went for a bike ride while Kai's triathlon team did their bike practice. They have winter cycling practice is the thing they focus on. And it's about 2 hours long. So I got there and set up a bike, talked to another dad for a while, and then went 45 minutes out and then turned around 45 minutes back. So hour and a half on the tri bike outdoor ride and trying to do higher cadence, and it is tough to do, which means I need to do it more. And it was so nice to be outside. Guys, it was like 65, 70 degrees or something, clear skies, really nice long ride, no extra clothes, just cycling kit. That was it. And let's see, that was Sunday. And then yesterday morning, on that ride, trying to get used to the tri bike again, trying to get some miles in on it. I saw on Slow Twitch general guidance for a sub 10 hour Ironman. How many miles per week was it? 180 to 250 or something like that miles per week on the bike. Maybe 3 something. I'll look it up. I wrote it down. Actually, I have it here. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. I wrote it down in a note. And hold on. Got it. Here we go. Sub 10 hour Ironman. One guy said 12 to 16,000 per week of swimming yardage. I don't know if it's yards or meters, but they're relatively close. 12 to 16. And then biking 175 to 280 miles per week. And then running 30 to 45 miles per week. Yeah, I would say 45 is right in the middle. I'd do 45 to a little bit higher. But I need to look at my bike mileage and see. I'm really trying to go a lot faster at Ironman Texas this year, so I might start targeting that that bike mileage. That, what was it? 175 to 280. Make sure I'm in that range. And then, so yesterday morning, went for a run, and my ribs are still freaking killing me, and the dog's yanking me all over the place. It's really tough to run like that. I came in kind of grumpy, and then yesterday evening, I couldn't work out because I had a presentation to give at work, and this morning, got on the bike and set the bike up on the trainer, which took a little bit of extra time, so I didn't get the full workout in, but focused on higher cadence and trying to maintain 90 plus cadence, and whatever power that is the power that it is. And I did a pretty good job, and I set up a flask, a gel flask with honey and maltodextrin in it and a pinch of sea salt, and man, that shit works good. I was going to cuss, and then I was not going to cuss, and then I am. Man, that is some high power stuff. And so you don't have to eat a giant swig of it. You just take a little sip. You don't want the massive blood sugar spike, but you just take a little sip kind of here and there. And the honey is like about 50-50 fructose sucrose. And after a while, after several hours, that can make your stomach hurt. But maltodextrin is starch, and it's a little bit more gentle on the stomach. So you combine the two. And yeah, so let's say you have like Carbo Pro, which is maltodextrin powder. You do a scoop of that, add a little bit of water, and then fill the rest of the container with watered down honey, just a little bit watered down, and then bam, you got some kind of fuel. So as the ride went on, and I was using Trainer Road to target or to show me on a laptop screen what I was doing, set up in front of me on a music stand, a podium stand, and and I was watching Ironman Cons on the screen. I forgot what year it was. It might have been this past year, and Luke McKenzie was freaking killing it. And then Clayton Fattel, or whatever his name is, the super swimmer, like got penalized for drafting and got set up in a they pull you into a tent, and then they hand you a stopwatch, and you're supposed to, when that stopwatch is up, you can get back on your bike. He didn't even like take the stopwatch. He like throws the stopwatch back. He like pushes it away, and kind of like somebody trying to give you a high five, and you don't acknowledge him, and the referee was kind of like, oh, I guess he's not going to take it. And then he throws his bike on the ground. And he just like paces around in circles, and Luke McKenzie's killing it. Luke McKenzie's running away with it. And then there's Macca, and Macca's all like just smiling and waving because he didn't have to win anything ever again if he doesn't really want to, because he's freaking Macca. And it's so good. It's a really good one. Ironman Carnes. It's the one Luke McKenzie's wearing green. Macca is number 1, I think, in the race, if that's the one you're looking for. And Clayton Fattel's in it. So I haven't finished watching it to see who won. And but really, really good video. It's a long one. It's like an hour plus. And so it's great for a trainer ride. And that's it. I'm at W to the ERK. Got to get stuff done. All right, out, Bing. Oh, I should mention, so after my workout, I think this is one of the keys to leaning out. After the workout, while I'm cooling down, I'm drinking Hornet juice or ice, and which is kind of like a protein recovery drink, and started making, while I'm cooling down, I'm making scrambled eggs. 2 scrambled eggs. I take a leaf of kale and a huge chunk of onion and dice that up, and then mix it in with the scrambled eggs, and then cook the eggs, and then add, so it's a lot of veggies mixed in with these scrambled eggs, and then some sriracha sauce, and then when that's done, avocado or guacamole on top. And don't have to eat it all, I ate some of it, about 2/3 of it, and then I put the rest in a Ziploc bag as I was walking out the door, and now I've got something to snack on at work. Okay, now let's go. Oh, crap. What is this? I can't stop it. Come on, this is not good podcasting. There we go. All right, I'm on my way to W to the ERK. It is now Wednesday morning. Got a big project at work today. We might blow up a whole bunch of crap. Blow up computer-wise, as in break it. Hold on, sip of coffee. Little Zen moment here. I've put off a couple of things, quite a few things, because I wasn't quite sure how to execute them, and I knew that there was a better way, but I couldn't think of the way. And there's a strategy, a more sophisticated way to approaching life, where if you don't have to act on something right now, it's kind of like, well, then wait, and you might come up with a better reason or better method when you've thought about it for a few days. And it's kind of like, don't reply back to an email when you're angry, because in a couple days you probably won't even care anymore anyways. And then, but if you did reply back, now you've said something hateful, and you can't take words back no matter how hard you try. And so I use Nozbe, for example, Nozbe, as task management software. So I'll Nozbe.com. And so I'll log the task on my phone or whatever, so I don't forget about it. And then lo and behold, after a few days, I'm like, oh yeah, I should do it like this. So last night I'm trying to fix the treadmill. I'm replacing the deck. I posted pictures on Twitter, ZenTriathlon.com, or ZenTriathlon on Twitter, of this treadmill deck. There's actually a really hard press board kind of matrix deck in your treadmill, and you run on it long enough, you'll end up cracking it. And I posted pictures of that. So I had to replace it, ordered a part, got it. Thought I would fix it and then run last night, but it ended up taking forever just to fix it. And I did break a sweat fixing it. So I had to take it apart, the treadmill, and then put stuff on it. Hold on. And reassemble. And then lo and behold, when I reassemble it, it's making this horrible, not terrible, but it's much louder than it should be. And turns out, well, there's one screw on the casing that I can't get off on the motor covers, this thin plastic cover. But I can't get off because the screw won't work anymore, because there's, it's there's gotten sweat on it, and so it's rusted, and so the screw won't turn. And so last night I got to the point when I was working on it where I couldn't really keep up with what was going to go next. I had tools all over the place, but it was running and all this crap. And so I said, well, forget it. It's bedtime. I'll work on it in the morning. And then I ran on it this morning, and I had it jimmied with a wedge in it so that it wouldn't make this horrible noise. But after a while, after a couple minutes of running on it, it gave way and then started making that noise again. And so I need to work on it. So I was like, oh, I'm just going to keep running on it and think about it. And then as I was getting in the car this morning, I was like, oh, I know how to do it. I'm going to take some bush clippers and just cut off that piece, and where it's already busted up anyway. And I was like, oh, that's a really good solution. And but anyway, I got a really good run in this morning on the treadmill. That was nice. My right knee quit hurting. It started to hurt just the tiniest bit, and that was about it. And I got up to a nice high heart rate and was running along feeling good. And then I think I got like almost 6 miles, 5.8 miles on the treadmill, and 2% grade. And then, but there's like a couple other things. I got somebody that wants me to invoice them for something, and I'm like, oh, I haven't invoiced somebody for this kind of thing in a while. And I was about to spend all this time trying to figure out like how to do it again with this old software I used to use. And I'm like, that's not it. I'm trying, and so delayed for a couple of days trying to remember how to do this one thing. And then suddenly in the middle of the night, because I knew there was a better solution than what I was about to spend all this time doing, it came to me how to do it. And a way that I like doing it that actually works better. And I was like, oh yeah. So I'm glad I put it off. My little Zen strategy of life management, put it off just a little bit until you know a better way. It's different than procrastination. Because now I have the right way to do it, I can do it. And then stay on top of it and communicate. And then another little tip is we can check work email from home just through the web. And had a little bit of extra time this morning, so I checked my work email. Oh yeah, there's something else I want to tell you. Check my work email. Like it's about an hour before I got to go into work, and I'm reading it, and I look at my calendar, and so now I'm visualizing the day as it's going in, and it kind of came up with kind of what's going to happen before I even go in, and I've pre-thought out, my responses to these emails, what I'm going to do, and it just makes you seem more on top of things and more wise in your responses when you've had time to think about it. So I suggest checking your work email before you leave your house, and then going in. A lot of you are laughing like, I'm in my work email all the time. Well, that's a whole nother problem. Maybe you ought to separate your life and work just a little bit if you can. And then what's another thing? Oh, there's a task management idea where to every night, to better streamline your day, every night write out as a story, like a paragraph or two, what you're going to do the next day. And you can write it in first person or second person or third person. I, you, or Brett, or whatever your name is, did this, is going to do this. You can write it in future tense, present tense, whatever is most comfortable for you. And write out the major things in the day. And it's different that you're going to do tomorrow or today, right, if you do it in the morning. And it's a little different than a task list, because a task list doesn't give you any kind of reference of how much time it's going to take to do stuff and when's the appropriate time to do things. But if you take the major things in your day that you're going to do and write them out as a story, then it's kind of like you're making it come to reality. So first off, you're much more likely to make it happen because it's already become real in your mind. And then second of all, the putting it in with your schedule of like, I went to lunch and then I went and bought a new shirt right after lunch on my way back to work, or I'm going to buy a new shirt on my way back. Like, so if I was going to write today's story, it would be, I'm going to get up in the morning and run on the treadmill and try to adjust it if I have any problems, but not spend too much time doing that. I'm going to eat a healthy breakfast, and then I'm going to go to work and get started on this project. in between the project, when I need a break from the project, I'm going to look at a couple people's training logs or something like that. Or I'm going to send an email to this A&M professor that I'm working on, this university professor I'm working on a geography project with. And then at lunch, I'm going to go swim, but swim just half an hour, but swim hard. And then in the second half of work in the afternoon, I'm going to document what we did on the big server upgrade at work in the morning and wrap up the day feeling like we've got some major accomplishments done. And then in the evening, I'm going to go home and have a small healthy dinner so that I can run or bike in the evening without having an upset stomach from eating too much. And then after I bike, I will do some coaching, and then I will help Kai with some homework. And but see, now I'm like, but wait, I should help Kai with some homework before the bike so I can get him like set up and going on something, right? So there it's working right there. And then take a quick shower and then go to bed and have a nice after workout snack, and then go to bed, right? Well, now you've kind of planned out your day with the major stuff, and you've kind of outlined how your day is going to be, and you're so much more likely to do it. And at the same time, you've kind of journaled your day, even though it's in the future. You can go back the next day and kind of update what actually happened and what didn't. And now you've got a journal. And if you do it in Google Docs, for example, you can bold the things that were cool. You can cross off, the cross through text, the things that were the tasks that you were done and that you got done. For example, you can make colored certain things that have to do with certain people, and then Google Docs is a really reliable place that you could probably store documents for the rest of your life. And if they go under, you'll be able to transfer that out and store it somewhere, and then your kids can read it. It'd be kind of cool, right? So it's multi-purposing, which is pretty neat. But anyway, I need to go in to work. We got stuff to do. All right, out, bing. All right, it's Thursday morning. Bing, bing, bing. Really good workout this morning. I got a couple of things. One thing, if you find that you have an iPhone and the battery life, it dies before it gets all the way down to 0 or 1% or 2%. Like it gets down to, mine started getting down to like 15% and then just turning off. 10% turning off. And I thought this was a cold issue, but then it did it a couple times when it wasn't cold. And the battery indicator's miscalibrated. So the trick is to let it run all the way down until it shuts itself off, and then charge it until it charges all the way back up. And you do that twice, and that recalibrates the battery indicator. It's just the indicator, how much percentage of battery life is left, is wrong. And so I did that, and then all of a sudden my phone started it started turning itself off, but quit turning itself off with like 15 or 20% of the battery supposedly left. Okay, also, the XLab Torpedo is a between the arms BTA, BT, bottle holder. So on your aero bars on your bike, between your forearms, you can zip tie or mount or whatever, however you do it, a bottle cage. And if you put a water bottle in there, it actually kind of fills a gap a little bit, and is sometimes, for a lot of people, faster than no aero bottle at all. Or no bottle at all, right? It fills a space, and then that makes the aerodynamics a whole lot better. Which also reminds me, Keith Burtis said that I said on my latest podcast that big biceps slow you down. And no, I didn't say that. The wind tunnel said that. So it's not me. Anyway, don't shoot the messenger. The XLab makes one that is a really, really good solution, where it's a cage, a water bottle cage, and then the bottle that fits in it, it's called the Torpedo. The bottle that fits in it is specifically designed to be a between the arms bottle, where it has a straw coming out of the top like the side of it, you know, it's torpedo shaped, but a flexible straw comes out of the top, and it's got a cam tail on the back, and the flexible straw folds down and attaches to the top of the bottle, and you can get the bottle cage and all that other stuff either in plastic or carbon fiber, and I got the carbon fiber one, and because cycling is like the one sport I spend any money on at all, so I figure I might as well get the nice stuff. And then what else does it have? If you get this solution kit, whatever, it'll even come with a thing on the front of the cage holder where you can mount a bike computer in front of the water bottle. And so now, right at your hands, you have your bike computer mounted in front of you. And I've been doing that type of solution with the bike computer right between your hands or right around your wrists, between your wrists, so that you don't have to look down very far to see your numbers, and they're more in front of you, so you pay attention to your numbers better. And I love that. I've been doing that for 5, 6, 7 years, and it's incredible. You totally want to do that. And I put it together last night and managed to get it in a half-hour bike ride, so that I swam at lunch. Yes, I already talked about that, didn't I? I swam at lunch half an hour, got in 2,000 yards in just half an hour. And then last night did a half-hour bike ride with this new bottle holder. It was getting late, so I only did half an hour, and did high cadence and all that stuff. And it really works. One thing I really like is, even though the XLab kit is a little bit expensive, the materials that they make this thing out of are the best that you can get. Like, I was like really impressed with the hardware. Like, wow, this is nice stuff. You don't feel bad about how much you spent on it. I think it's like $140 or $130 for this whole setup. It's really, really nice. Lots of instructions, lots of online videos, how to put it together. And I took some photos, posted them on Twitter. And another thing is, you want that straw right there between your hands or in your face or whatever you want, wherever you can get it, and that water right in front of your face, so you're more likely to drink it, and you'll have better workouts and better racing because of it. And one thing I really liked was the straps for the bottle cage to mount it on your aero bars. The straps were really well designed. They have a little bit of silicone applied to the strap material, so when you put them on your bars, they don't slide around. It's really smart. And I was like, these are the extra touches, you know. Everything seems to have like that extra touch. So I'm a big fan of XLab now. I get it. They make really nice stuff. And then this morning I got up and got on the treadmill, and I fixed it enough. Emily ran on it last night, and I finished fixing it, and it's now pretty quiet. And what did I do? I got my thing that seems to really work for me is a flask of honey and maybe a little bit of maltodextrin powder. You don't have to do that, but honey definitely works. And just taking the occasional little sip. And man, I can fly. And we're talking maybe 10, 15, 20 calories per sip, I bet, if that. And I was running along at 150, 155 or something like that heart rate, and I finally, by the time I got warmed up and like really running along towards the end of the workout, I did an hour, I was running 8.6 miles per hour on that treadmill at 8.6 miles per hour at a 2% grade on the treadmill. So pretty realistic outdoor conditions, because of you up the percent grade, and then it's more like running for real. And I was just cruising along, and I'm watching videos on the laptop of Xterra videos and a Hard Rock 100 trail run race video. What you do is you load up a whole bunch of videos in your Yahoo Watch Later, and like you search for videos, and then there's a little watch. If you have a Yahoo account or a YouTube account, there's a little clock sign in the bottom right of a video, and you click on that, and that adds it to your watch later queue. And then you can just watch a whole bunch of stuff in a row, right in front of you. So actually, that reminds me, I need to find some of those today. Anyway, that's it. Got stuff to do. Out, bang. All right, Friday morning. Had a spectacular trainer ride this morning. Got up, kind of wasn't in the mood, and I know the tricks, man. It's all psychological. So I put it on Pandora, some fast beat music, and laid around for a little bit, and I counted it. 2 songs later, I'm all like ready to get on the bike, and get going. Have my stuff together. I did the trainer ride on my tri-bike, so I'm trying to get back onto the tri-bike. Triathlon season's coming up, and I've noticed over the rides my power's going up, my comfort's getting better as I get more and more used to that laid over position and how to apply power over a longer period of time and keeping the cadence up. So each workout I'm getting a new personal record, lately for 20 minutes. It's an hour ride on the trainer. And hold on, I'm trying to merge with traffic, not die. And you're in a big rush to go nowhere, dude. Anyway, the coolest thing is Trainer Road software, and I have it so it takes up the very bottom of the screen, and I'm watching YouTube videos. I loaded up more videos. I'm sitting there watching YouTube videos, but I turned the volume down. I can't even hear them. And then I'm listening to Pandora dubstep kind of music while I'm riding, and these big fat numbers are on the bottom of the screen. Cadence, heart rate, power, I think are the big numbers, time. And then it's got 2 graphs, one of heart rate, one of power, and they're across the bottom of the screen. They take up like 1.5 inches or maybe something like that across the bottom of the screen, and it makes it so easy to see what you're doing while you're doing it. And I'm watching these videos, and one's playing, and then it's another one. These triathlons, Xterra triathlons from around the world, Thailand, Italy. It's freaking genius, man, because it just keeps you motivated, and you're on there, and some of the stuff is all Tahoe, like point of view, that are, it's a helmet cam or a chest cam, and so you feel like you're actually riding the course. And it's funny when you're locked into a trainer or you're on the treadmill, and the camera turns, like they're leaning into a turn, and you start leaning, and then you almost fall off of your stuff because you can't go anywhere because you're locked in. And then let's see. And then I'm Rita Bar afterwards. Oh, some Hornet juice. Okay. So one way to support the podcast and help yourself at the same time is Hornet juice. Hornet juice is a protein powder, amino acid, whatever, powder that helps you metabolize body fat better. And you add it to your water. Like one serving lasts about 1.5 hours. And you can get it from, if you go to ZenTriathlon.com, and there's a logo for Hornet juice on the side. If you go there and order it, then I send you Hornet juice, and it actually comes from New Zealand, so you get a package from New Zealand with all kinds of cool stamps and stuff on it, which I love that kind of stuff. And then I send you a personal email asking how you're doing, and that's a really cool way to help the show. So, and then use it for like your key workouts and your races, and you'll see that you go a lot farther before getting tired. It's really cool stuff. I'm knocking down some coffee here. Is it really? God, man, I got 5 minutes to get to work. And, but last night, man, I wanted to work out, and I did, and I fell asleep right after dinner. I was tired, and I think I didn't eat enough yesterday, and then I ended up getting tired, and then I ended up getting hungry, and then I overate, and then overeating made me sleepy after dinner. And then I woke up, and I gained 1 pound, so I probably ate a bunch of salty, crappy stuff, because I couldn't stop eating Hatch pepper flavored potato chips, corn chips, which were really good. And so I'm always working on myself. I don't have it. Well, I was about to say I don't have it figured out. I know how to do it. It's just doing it is the hard part, right? Because your emotions and your body and your energy levels and stuff fluctuate. And doing what you and I was mad when I woke up after sleeping forever. There wasn't enough time to work out, and Emily's, I was kind of grumpy, and Emily's like, "What's wrong?" And I'm like, "Man, I really wanted to work out tonight. Needed to do a bike ride, and I fell asleep." And she's like, "Yeah," and I said, and I had so much stuff I wanted to do. I got tasks I want to do, and it's freaking not having the energy because you didn't eat right, and stuff's all out of whack. Falling asleep is not ideal to productivity, and it's frustrating. So, anyway, speaking of that, I'm at W at the ERK. Time to get it done. Out. Bing. All right, I'm back. Just had a really nice phone call with Dr. Phil Maffetone. And that was really rad. I'm sure I'll talk a little bit about it after the interview itself, but man, that was cool. Anyway, lots of stuff that I'll talk about for years on the podcast, and he offered to be on more shows and stuff like that. But anyway, I wanted to talk a little bit about my bike ride today. Discovered a couple little things that were really cool. One is I have flat sealant in my tire, in my tubes, and over time, the flat sealant can keep your valves from closing all the way, and it took me like an hour plus to get all my stuff together to go for an outdoor bike ride. We got really nice weather right now. I've been riding on the trainer, so getting your whole act together to ride outside is a bit of an ordeal. And I got it done, and then I get 1 mile into my ride, and all of a sudden my rear tire goes flat, and I get pissed, man. And so I come back to the house, and without taking the wheel off the bike, I take the tire off. So imagine the wheel is still on the bike. It's a rear wheel, and these things are harder to get on than the front. So I leave it on just to see if I can find what made the tire go flat first. I don't know why. I know why, but it was just kind of weird that I did that. I got the bike up on a bike stand, and I get the tube off, and it's a latex tube, so I start pumping it full of air, and then they blow up weird like a condom gone crazy. And then I start listening really closely, and I hear that air is leaking out. I've got the tire halfway off, it's off on one side, and I've got the tube hanging out, but the whole thing's still on the rear triangle of the bike. In the kitchen. And I told Emily's standing there watching, and after a minute it started irritating me that she was just standing there watching, and I go, "Emily, I'm really grumpy right now, so if you can leave, I would." And so she just walks off. She goes, "Okay." Like that. And because I've got this interview with Phil Maffetone coming up at 1 or 2 o'clock, and I need to get my ride in, and I've already taken an hour to get going outside. But I could have just been riding on the trainer, and now my outside ride I've gotten a flat, right? So the I pumped the tube up with some air, and then I listen, and I hear a leaking sound, and it's coming out of the tip of the valve stem, and it wasn't sealing all the way because the latex sealant inside has gotten a little bit old, and it started to gum up, and it's blocking the tube, the valve, from closing all the way. There's like basically grit in the valve, latex grit. So I screw the valve tip all the way down, and it stops leaking. And I'm like, well, cool. At least I don't have to spend a whole bunch of money on a new tube and all this stuff. So I fix it, go back out on my bike ride, and I get in a 2-hour bike ride. And that was a really good ride. In the interview, I told Phil that I just come in from a MAF bike ride, and that's exactly what I'd done. is I was trying to go as fast as I could aerobically, and I've got all these numbers in front of me, and I'm studying what's going on with cadence, higher heart rate than normal, but I'm able to sustain it. And I've got this fuel bottle of Perpetuum, and then I've got my honey flask, and then water. I've had a nice breakfast and stuff. And also, we were talking about me not eating enough during the interview, and I've found that I'm at that point where if I eat more, I actually lose weight, and if I eat less, I gain weight. And I think the body's on the verge of like starvation mode if I don't eat enough, and then it starts trying to hold on to extra calories as fat. And then there's a tipping point where if I eat more, then my body's able to run more efficiently and burn off a whole bunch of stuff. Something like that. It's really interesting. And then, anyway, so, hold on, I'm eating more right now. I'm going out of my way to eat more, and I tend to be losing weight. It's really weird. So, about an hour and 10 minutes into the bike ride, I start not feeling good. I start running out of energy, and I got all these bike numbers in front of me, like average watts, current watts, which is your output, heart rate, and stuff like that. And I start noticing, my watts are going down. I'm not able to keep them up like I was before, and I'm also not so into the workout anymore. I'm kind of like, And then, what did I do? I started eating, I have this Perpetuum stuff, but then I started taking little sips of honey instead. Started focusing more on that. Oh, what happens is that you get caught in a downward spiral. I do. It's my personality. Once the numbers stop looking so good, I start trying harder. And so over all the years, I've gotten smarter, and I'm like, okay, instead of trying harder, how about you try less and let the fuel catch up with your body and just slow down just a little bit. And then maybe you'll feel better, and then let's see what happens. So I kind of eased off a little bit. So this is my point. Instead of trying harder to go to the numbers that I wanted to, I started, and I remember I was feeling kind of like not that into it anymore. Like the workout wasn't going, I wasn't happy as I wanted to be, as I was earlier. I just eased off. I didn't time it, but it was like 5 minutes, 10 minutes at most. And I ate a little bit more honey than I had been, which wasn't all that much because I was kind of focusing in on this Perpetuum stuff, which is more complex carbs and a little bit of fat and protein. And lo and behold, in about 5-10 minutes, I started feeling a lot better, and my power and heart rate and everything started coming back up again. And then I started having a good time with my workout, And I found this really interesting because we all have different tendencies, Like, the big thing I had to unlearn in triathlon was to go out so hard on the swim because I'm a sprint freestyler when I grew up. I would actually do better to hold back on the swim, not try all that hard, and save my energy for the rest, right? And then, so I'm like, I wonder if this is a thing that when you start coming undone a little bit, make it your first habit to ease off, and then come at it again slowly, and then see what happens. And because during this workout, when I did that, man, once I caught back up in like 5-10 minutes, I had another 45 minutes because it was a 2-hour bike ride of just rocking it, like really, really good, and finished really good workout after that. Finished totally together, finished strong, having a really nice workout. And let's see, I think that was it from the bike ride standpoint. And yeah, so I'm going to continue on with my tiny, as Phil Maffetone says, my little tiny, or recommends, or doesn't unrecommend, disrecommend, little tiny doses of honey. It's in the interview we were talking about this. It's really fascinating to me that these tiny sips of honey would just make me have these incredible workouts, unlike anything that I've had before, right? And I'm like, so I'll finish a run and come back, and I haven't eaten all that much of it. It's not that much, but I feel really, really good and strong. And in a way, it doesn't make sense because it's a really simple sugar, right? And so you're superficially, if you're not looking at it deep enough, you would think that this simple sugar is causing an insulin spike and a crash, and then you're not fueling by fat. But if what Dr. Maffetone was saying, and what I suspect, I don't know, is true, that actually that little tiny bit of simple sugars is enabling the fat burning to actually happen. So maybe it's kind of like how me eating more food actually is helping me lose weight and be faster than eating less food. You know what I mean? Like you got to pay attention to what's going on, and then through observation you can find out what is the optimum rate, that the optimum fueling and everything that's going on. Today's Saturday. Tomorrow is the Panama 70.3. And I'm saying that because I just noticed she tweeted something. She retweeted somebody else saying, "I eat when I am hungry." And that is what I do now. And it works. It works so good. Oh, look, she posted a photo. She's on some kind of pro panel being interviewed. Anyways, good luck tomorrow, Angela. Good luck. All right, I imagine that pretty soon we will wrap up this show. So stay tuned for that. All right, out, Bing. Oh, now I remember what the other thing was. I knew I was leaving something off about the bike. Okay, so I started off and I knew I'd get hot as I got going on the bike, but the suckiest part about riding a bike outside is when it's cold is getting going and waiting to get warm. And then shedding layers. So I did what I've been doing as my running trick for running in the cold, is one of these string backpacks that you get, one of these freebie backpacks that you get that just has the little strings, and it's a drawstring pouch backpack. I wouldn't even call it a backpack, but anyway, I put almost nothing in it because I was going to take things off after 20 minutes to half an hour as I started getting too hot. And I did put sunscreen in it, as, a container of sunscreen to put on if I ended up exposing my arms. But then, and then again, the little chest clip, some kind of little clip on the front that won't slide up and down to pull the strings together, to pull it tighter to your body. And what was cool is we had a bright lime green one in the closet, so I used that so I'll be more visible by cars. And I took off riding, and first thing I noticed is it only barely caught the wind at all, and so that was really nice. And then, if at all, it's really hard to tell with aerodynamics what slows you down and what doesn't. So little things. And so anyways, it's hugging the body really tight. And then when I stopped for water about an hour in, I took off this long sleeve Under Armour layer I was wearing and something else, and put it in, I can't remember what it was, and put it in that drawstring bag. and then threw it back on my back, and then took off cycling again. And now that I'd gotten warmer and was starting to sweat through stuff, and it was perfect. And in fact, I forgot I had it on most of the time. And anyway, so if you're looking for a way, I noticed that as I went out the door to bike, I had the solution on me, for my problem, and it made me want to go ahead and get going biking and not as afraid to get going and then be miserable out there. Because if I had to put extra things on or take things off, I had a method to handle the problem, and therefore it made my bike ride a whole lot more doable. And I was, my body, my hands and toes and head and everything were the perfect temperature the entire time, because of this one little thing. Instead of, usually it's like, well, where am I going to cram all this stuff if I take something off, in a cycling jersey pocket? Those are kind of hard to manage sometimes, But this thing, man, you can put a ton of stuff in it. And the more stuff you put in it, the more it tries to fit to your body. And the less you put in it, the more it lays flat against your body. It's really cool. So I was thinking about it. What reminded me to talk about it is I'm going running in a little bit. And I'm going to try to run long, let's say maybe 2 hours. And then I'm like, man, I'm going to need extra water for that. And I thought, well, I can carry a string backpack like that and throw a water bottle in it, and then I'll be fine. I can reload with water, as needed. And in my little hip flasks, I can just stop and put water in. Problem solved. And then it's warm right now, but it might get cold later, and I might throw an extra layer in there. And I swear, like, you never feel these things like bouncing around on you or anything like that. And what the key is some kind of clip on the chest to pull those strings together across your chest to make it hug your body, and then it won't bounce up and down. It's amazing, like, how well this thing works. Anyway, that's it. All right, out, bang. All right, Tuesday morning, leaving the pool in the ZenTri mobile studios. Feeling pretty mellow. That was a nice swim. So on Sunday, Emily's car broke down. The starter broke down, and we had to get her car towed. And then on Monday, I let her take my car. And I ran myself into the ground pretty good on purpose on Saturday and Sunday, 4 hours each day pretty much. And so Monday is kind of a day off a little bit. But I rode my bike to work because we only had one car, and I let Emily take mine, the Xterra. And that was really nice, biking to work. And it's like 6.5 miles or something like that. It's like nothing, man. It's like a jog. Anyway, and then I actually drove home because Emily picked up her car, and then we did some car switching and went to Freebirds and had burritos. No, I had 2 tacos, lots of guacamole, lots of fat on it. Don't be afraid of fat. So far is what I like. And so then last night I did a little bit of coaching, and most of all following up on people that are people coming in from busy schedules on the weekends, kind of getting a feel of how they feel, as I'm planning out their next week, trying to see where they are emotionally and fatigue-wise and stuff before I start doing too much stuff. So I'm a triathlon coach, and I have coached by just copying and pasting stuff in and hoping for the best, and I don't like that. I like coaching fewer people and really being involved with how they feel. And anyway, so that's what I do. And this morning, got up and went for a swim and got in a full hour at the pool. And I got in, it's a 26-meter pool, so the numbers are never exactly right on, but I got in a 3,510 meter swim. And that comes up to 2.18 miles, almost 2.2 miles. And it's a very specific swim technique I was using today that I'd like to share with y'all. And if there is one thing that I do know, it's swimming. I was a state finalist in freestyle. So in high school, and the trick is you want to have good feel for the water, right? And a good workout is you feel the slightest bit of burn in your muscles, and you're able to sustain that for long periods of time, and that'll make you stronger, but also able to work out the next day. If you go too hard, then you can't train again the next day. So just a light burn and settle in. Oh, and I did the Maffetone, a few tablespoons of honey added to my water, and I had a water bottle on the side. I took one chug before and one chug halfway through. And then, anyway, so it's like on a bicycle or like running, you can only go so fast before you start to lose control, right? So what you're looking for in the water is how fast can you turn over yet get good pull resistance so that it strains the muscles just a little bit so that it almost burns. It burns just the tiniest bit, right? And you want to sustain that for long periods of time. How fast can you go? And then over time you get faster and faster, and you get better feel for the water. It's called, I don't know if it's called hand feel or not. Sounds like a porn thing. But the better you get at it. So imagine on the bike, if you're going around pedaling around at 65, 70 RPM all the time, you try to pedal 90, you're so sloppy and all over the place, you can't really, your neuromuscular firing is all off, and you can't apply the power evenly to circles. And hey, there's an Xterra like mine. That looks cool. Anyway, so the more you do it, the faster your turnover gets, and then you're getting more strokes per minute, and you're still getting the same resistance pull, right? So per stroke, but now you're getting more strokes per minute, and that's how you get faster. And at the same time, you work on I don't call it aerodynamics, I call it hydrodynamics. You know, pushing off the wall, getting hydro, and slipping through the water as much as you can, but finding the sweet spot between resistance and pulling and drag and all that other stuff. It is the coolest application, real world application of physics out there, man. It's really, really neat. So the Xterra, the one I've got, I added on a cargo box. If you don't get four-wheel drive, they typically don't give you a cargo box on top, but I did the aftermarket cargo box, and I keep my wet swim stuff up there. And we've had an unusually warm day today and the past couple days, and it looks like it's going to continue for a little bit. So it's like 65, 70 degrees. And so I went to the pool in a t-shirt and jeans, man. In February, middle of February. It's pretty cool. So that's that. Check out Sweet Spot Training on one of the latest interviews of Ironman Talk. It's pretty good. Anyway, I'm going to go in to W to the ERK, and I'll talk to y'all later. Out, bing. Hey, dudes. I am back. It is Thursday, middle of the day. Ran home for lunch, and I had a Twitter question that I thought I would speak to, and it goes like this. Hey, it was directed at me and at Holistic Guru, and I don't have the person's name in front of me right now. But anyway, how do you recommend getting off of caffeine? Every time I try, I have massive withdrawal and everything else. So the first thing you do, my first question was, well, why do you want to get off caffeine, right? Lots of studies show that it's fine. So just be sure that it's something that you really want to get off of. And then lots of studies show that a caffeine taper actually doesn't work, that it's of no difference. If you're a regular caffeine drinker, keep drinking it. So look a little bit into that and make sure it's something you want to do. And then we're talking holistic stuff right now. The other holistic approach is what you do, instead of focusing on what you don't want, focus on what you do want. Target fixation is a problem with habits of eliminating things. If you keep thinking about no caffeine, your brain hears a lot of the word caffeine. along with the no. And so what you do instead is you focus. So instead of saying no junk food, no junk food, no junk food, you just say healthy food, healthy food, healthy food, right? And don't even think about junk food. And that helps a lot. Looks like we got some rain on the horizon here. Ooh, it's starting to rain a little bit. So anyway, a great way to quit caffeine is to replace with things that are similar. So decaf, you can get half calf, decaf. You can make 2 pots of coffee and mix them, and then search carbonated water. So with Cokes, you can just get carbonated stuff with no caffeine in it, and that a lot of what you're missing is the bite of the carbonation, and not really the caffeine. And then look for what you ask yourself is, am I feeling good? If you're feeling good, then why would you drink caffeine? You don't need it, right? So are you drinking caffeine when you don't need it? And so you could do. I wouldn't do this, but because caffeine pills are so strong. But I would break them up into quarters, and to get away from the habit of the liquids for caffeine, you could do some pills for caffeine to get away from the habit of getting caffeine from liquids. Kind of break that habit a little bit. Get your caffeine from pills, and then just kind of forget to take the pills. And then, because that works for me, because I'm always forgetting to take any kind of pills I get prescribed. And just kind of weaning yourself off of a lot of it's the psychological and the physical habit of drinking caffeine. And so, when I quit caffeine successfully for a long time, until I chose to add it back in, I did decaf, half calf, decaf, more and more decaf, until you're not drinking regular coffee anymore, you're drinking decaf. And then carbonated water, and a soda stream is a great way to get carbonated water. It's really good. And I also wanted to mention I had a great swim this morning. What you can do is time yourself for, I would go a few hundred yards to kind of even it out, doing maybe a couple hundred yards, doing one technique over another and see which one's faster. And I found out that while head down is reasonably fast, and it might be faster for some people, what's faster for me is face forward. It actually pushes my chest down into the water even deeper to get my face down like that. And it probably has something to do with now my arms are attacking the angle of the water a little bit different and pulling differently. But anyway, I swim just a tiny bit faster, a couple seconds per 50 meters. Facing forward, so my head kind of up and facing forward, but what I noticed is my shoulders and my chest come down in the water a little bit, and I possibly get a better kick out of it because it angles my legs differently. And then you ought to be training for how you're going to race, right? So if you swim triathlons, open water, and you swim head down, face down, facing the bottom of the lake, you can't see where you're going, So if for open water swim training, I highly recommend, even if you don't swim face forward the whole time, swimming at some, every 25 yards, making a look forward to make sure you're swimming straight. When you swim face forward, you can see what's going on with people's feet in front of you and follow a whole lot easier. And anyway, so I swam in an hour. I'm swimming every day. I'm swimming 4 days in a row every day, and for an hour. And I went from, let's say, I can't remember, but whatever the meters is. But basically, I went from 2.15 miles to 2.2 to 2.25 to 2.3 miles in 1 hour. So I'm slowly increasing my speed, and I got a big gain by changing my position to looking forward. I got 50 more meters, or was it 100? I think it was 100 more meters in an hour by changing my body position about halfway through. So that could be worth 150 meters, 200 meters if I did it the whole way. So always be experimenting. ABE, always be experimenting and see what's faster, Anyway, that's it, out big. All right, it is Friday morning. My strategy for swimming this week was if you swim 4 times a week, you improve a lot. If you do any sport 4 times a week, you improve a lot. If you only do it 3 times a week, you kind of maintain. And so anyway, I'm trying to get my swimming back up to where I want it to be. And so I'm doing 4 times a week. And it's easier for me to go swim weekdays. So I figure I'd swim more during the week, and then in the mornings, and then in the evenings, bike or run or something like that. Alternate days, bike one day, run the next day, whatever. So the swimming is paying off. Got in another 50 meters than last time, so now I'm up to 3,700 meters in an hour. And what's cool, I'm wearing my lap counter on my finger, and I can tell, compared to my Sunto Ambit 2 watch on the side, I'm 15 minutes into the swim, and I've gotten in 36 laps, and then I'm half an hour into the swim, and I've gotten 70 laps. Kind of falling off the pace a little bit, and then I'm 45 minutes into the swim, and I'm at 105 laps. So I need to pick it up again, or what, and so I can do math in my head while I'm swimming and figure out if I want to beat last time's swim, then I need to pick it up a little bit. So I picked it up a little bit at the end. I'm not going to swim for a few more days, so I figured I could pick it up a little bit at the end, and got in 142 laps in a 26 meter pool, which comes out to just a few meters short of 3,700 meters. But then I had some 15 seconds left over. But anyway, I could have kept swimming. And then, so that was nice. I was talking to Kai's triathlon coach. He was swimming with me. And also last night, I got on the trainer and warmed up for a while, about 15 minutes, and then did 45 minutes of sweet spot training, which is like an 8 out of 10. And you sustain the effort for long periods of time, and it teaches you pacing and building up stamina. Since it's only 90% of your FTP of what you could do for an hour, you can actually do it for a really long time. And then the next day you're not really all that sore, and it doesn't drive your heart rate up too high or anything like that. And it greatly improves your strength. And on a trainer, it's very methodical, So I'm sitting there watching YouTube videos of triathlons and ultra running, and just cruising along, listening to Pantera and Black Sabbath, whatever it takes, to kind of keep me in the mood. And then my watts this ride were 20 more on average than my last ride where I did this 2 days before. And you think, so it is working. It is making me stronger, but you're it's not going to go up 20 watts every single ride. And you're not going to add, 50 more meters every single swim. What happens is when you start training, you get really strong really fast. And because you're getting back to how strong you used to be, and it's easy for your muscles to remember how to be strong up to what they used to be. And then after that, things taper off, and then it's little percentages of increase over time. And 2 watts, 3 watts improvement than last time. And let's see. Go. The problem is, a lot of people fall in a trap, and I've fallen in it a million times. It's really hard not to fall in it. You need to point at it and go, "You're a trap. It's a trap." Is you get used to these big jumps in performance, and then when they stop coming, you start trying too hard to keep getting those jumps, and then you wear yourself out, and then you never get any faster because you're not doing it smart anymore. So that's how overtraining happens, and plateauing happens, and all kinds of crazy crap. I tried energy bits yesterday, and they work, I think. I tried them before my bike ride, and I started sitting around going, I need to do stuff. I got stuff to do. What do I need to do? had all this energy, and I'm like, whoa, holy crap. So they're spirulina pills, and let's see, maybe I'll work with them on getting them out to people. They're super high in protein, and it's a blue-green algae, so it's I used to take it a lot, and I haven't taken it in a while, and I'm looking to up my protein because it seems to really work for me. It seems like I wasn't eating enough, and so now when I eat eggs in the morning and stuff like that, I seem to have a much more stable day, and I'm not starving, and I have more energy, and earlier this week I had a day where I forgot to eat eggs in the morning, and I was dying for food, and I started overeating a bunch of carbs and junk food, and to catch up, and then I gained like a pound in a day from just cramming food in my face hole. But that's the breaks. So in the evenings I've been alternating bike one evening, run one evening, bike one this week, bike one evening, run one evening, and been doing sweet spot. Oh man, I had like the most amazing run where I was just pushing it, ran for 15 minutes, getting up to what felt nice. And then, that reminds me. Well, hold on. And then started just pushing the pace gently to sweet spot, 8 out of 10, and had just the most awesome workout. And it was lengthening out my stride, and it was I figured it was working my leg muscles really nice. On Endurance Planet, they did an episode. Tony Prazak did an episode where they went and got her metabolically tested to see how much carbs and fat she burns, and that's it's an audio episode, and that's fine, that's great and everything. But go to enduranceplanet.com and then click on that episode's post, that show notes for that episode, and then go find the in the post of that, there's a link to Endurance Planet's YouTube video channel, and then click on that YouTube video and watch that YouTube video, because there are charts and graphs showing the difference between people getting enough protein and fat and people not getting enough protein and fat and being quote-unquote carbaholics. And I was showing it to Emily, and Emily's got type 1 diabetes. Type 1 is where your pancreas all of a sudden just says, "The hell with all this, I'm leaving the building." It's different. Type 2 is where you eat too many carbs and your body just gets numb to all the insulin, and the insulin stops working. And so you can look and see the effect of just eating tons and tons and tons and tons of carbs and not enough protein and fat. And your body, just at a resting state, is just burning carbs and needing carbs, and not able to sustain itself without fast burning carbs. Well, over time, that is bad. That gives you type 2 diabetes if you're so inclined. I'd say it would be an exception if it didn't. And you're gonna because you need so many carbs and you're eating them all the time. Your pancreas just goes. Your body stops reacting to your pancreas. And that's it. So anyway, go check out that video. EndurancePlanet.com, show for the metabolic testing notes, and then the video link on YouTube. And you get to see Tony Prazak running, which is pretty cool, with a Darth Vader mask on. It's good stuff. All right. Hey, Tony. How's it going? All right. Out. Bang. Hey, y'all. I got a little bit of a Zen moment for you while I'm snacking on grilled veggies, steamed veggies from Jason's Deli. Driving back to the office. I did some shopping and some at lunchtime, like running some errands. Bed Bath & Beyond, place like that. And then in a meeting I was just in with heated debating over stuff. But what's funny is I walked out of that meeting, and it's not just the meeting, but like my shopping experience dealing with salespeople and other customers and cashiers and stuff is I wanted to tweet this, but I couldn't figure out how to put it in a tweet. Was sometimes I feel like I need to wear a shirt that warns people that I don't feel the need to be right about everything or about anything because it's apparently very disconcerting to other people. So with Zen, you learn over time that, wanting to be right is just an opinion, and you could be wrong at any time, and constantly trying to validate your rightness is just an ego trip, and it's very painful to be wrong, and because you don't want to be wrong, you cling to non-truths, and then it ends up leading you down a path of wrongness. So anyway, so over the years I've learned to, somebody starts arguing with me over something, and they're right. Fine, I don't care. You're right. Let's go with what you got. But it's kind of like cartoons where somebody says yes, and the other person says no, and they go yes, no, and then the other person agrees with them suddenly, and then the other person's still arguing with them, trying to convince them, even though the first person's agreed with them already. And you're like, you don't understand what I'm saying. I'm saying I agree with you. The person still tries to argue, and it's really frustrating to the other people. The more you're dealing with somebody that is very much clings to being right, the more bizarre the conversation gets, and frustrating to both parties. And because I'm trying to communicate to the other person that I'm fine with them being right about the price of this one piece of whatever, or that it's okay for this to happen, or I'm just trying to get you to explain to me your thought process. I'm not arguing with you that it's wrong. I just want you to explain to me what you're thinking so I can understand, like say in a business meeting. So why does customer A need this asset again? And they're like, well, they have to have it because it's like, okay, calm down. I'm just asking for clarification, not to say that you're wrong. And yeah, like a T-shirt that would just say, warning, I'm okay with being wrong about this, and or like get everybody in a circle to say, I may, like to all chant, or say their name. My name is Bill, and I may be wrong about some things, and or I may be wrong about everything. It'd go around in a circle, and everybody say that first before we start this meeting, so that we can actually get somewhere. So, yeah, it's one of the. And it made me think about one of the downsides of anything is dealing with people that aren't into that thing. So you think you're improving yourself because you learn a lot about something, and now you feel good about yourself because now you know a lot. Well, the downside is having to deal with people that don't know. Yeah. Now you know all this stuff, right? So now you're in the black. But the downside is having to deal with people that don't understand it at all, and now it's frustrating. You've gone from being frustrated that you don't know stuff to now being frustrated having to deal with people that don't know stuff, the same stuff that you just learned, because it's just a little bit frustrating. So like a good example is people that aren't smart would say, man, I wish I was smart. And then, okay, so let's make you smart about everything. Let's make you a genius, about astrophysics. All right. Well, now you're cursed to roam the world with 99% of the people out there don't know anything about astrophysics. And to you, now you feel like they're stupid. Why don't these people understand that this and this, work this way? Oh, it's so frustrating, right? So the pain is the same either way. The ignorance is bliss because you don't even know that these other people don't know this. And so there's the downside of Zen, and is that as you learn more and more about to handle yourself, one of the things that becomes immediately obvious is it's frustrating to deal with other people and that don't get it, that you don't have to be right about everything, that it's okay. And I've actually heard in Zen talks that question asked many times, where the Zen master's given a speech, and then somebody will raise their hand and ask, well, what do we do about people that don't get it? And it's like it's like Zen 1.0 is learning how to think more appropriately and understand how the world works, and then Zen 2.0 is now you get it. Congratulations, you've just been cursed with having to deal with other people that don't get it. Now, how do you deal with people that don't get it? And that's a skill set that you could teach in a series of classes over a semester. Because there's all different varieties. There's like people that don't get it and don't want to get it. There's people that don't get it but are indifferent. There's people that get it, don't get it, but they get it in they get part of it, but not this other part of it. And just like in conflict resolution or self-defense, there's like classic moves and things to say and things to do. Wilderness survival, things to say, things to do. Plants to eat, plants not to eat. There's ways to effectively deal with things. You could probably put together a Zen 201. Now you're enlightened. Now what? How do you deal with everybody? It's pretty funny. Anyway, that was my little rant. It's not even a rant. It's just an observation. Oh, okay. Cool. More veggies. After enlightenment, chop wood. Out. All right. We are on our way, walking into the Aggie basketball game. It's Saturday afternoon, 3 o'clock. What time is the game, Emily? Does it say on the tickets? It should say on the tickets. Anyway, I did a long bike ride and then a run this morning. And that was very specific training techniques involved there. On the bike ride, 2.5 hours. And anytime I was going into strong wind, or it was really windy too, or uphill, I would do sweet spot, kind of a 7 or 8 out of 10. And then the rest of the time I wouldn't. And heart rate was a little bit lower than last week, and speed was up by half a mile per hour, with another 5 miles than last week. So longer ride, faster ride, same heart rate, about the same watts, like 1 more watt per hour average, 205. Oh, shoot. No, it's really expensive, babe. I'll be there in a second. Hold on. So anyway, sorry, now I'm back with the wind again. With recent Talk Ultra episodes and recent podcasts I've been listening to, learned a few things. Namely, let's see. So then after the 2.5 hour bike ride, I wanted to get in 4 hours for the day, so I went for a 90-minute run. And yeah, recent podcasts. One thing to try is adding in more protein, and I've been doing that, and my weight just keeps coming down little bit by little bit, and I seem to have more stable energy all day long, so that's really nice. And then, so like when I got up this morning, I had cereal and eggs and salsa and guacamole, so lots of veggies, a little bit of whole wheat cereal. Raisin Bran is my favorite. There's a chick running. I'm on campus at Texas A&M right now. And then two things. If you're not heat adapted, you are really going to struggle in a race. And you can get heat adapted by running on a treadmill in a room that's warmer than the outside. Okay, I'll be there. I'm trying. All right. And so in the treadmill room, I'm running. I'm also running on a treadmill to stay out of the sun in the middle of the day, because now it's the middle of the day because I got my ride in the morning. And just an hour or two running in hot conditions every once in a while can really help out your heat adaptation. And we got Galveston and Ironman Texas coming up. And So I'm avoiding sunburn, but I'm cooking in that guest room on the treadmill. And before I got on the treadmill, another thing that's important, and I learned this from Jordan Rapp, is what? I'm coming. Hold on. All right, sorry, I'm back. I got cut off by Emily. We were going to a basketball game, an Aggie basketball game, and I was being yelled at, all kinds of stuff. I was late. Turned out we were an hour late anyway, so it didn't really matter. In the middle of the basketball game, there's a giant barbecue sauce bottle that's really a helium balloon that has propellers on it. It was flying around, dropping things into the crowd. It's a very Texas game, and we won in overtime, beating University of Tennessee. Okay, now that you had your basketball update, I was trying to talk about, heat training and then fuel training. So I'm on the treadmill running on purpose where it's really, really hot because I was listening to Talk Ultra and the girl that won the Costa Rica some kind of trail running challenge where it was 6 days in a row of a stage race in Costa Rica. She was from the UK or something like that. I forgot. But anyway, she went to university and did heat training in a heat bath room. And then the first day, she just dominated. And for the next few days, while people were trying to get adjusted, she was just killing it. So anyway, so Ironman Texas, Ironman Galveston 70.3 are both going to be really, really hot. So I'm now starting to take the opportunity to get as hot as I possibly can, as frequently as I can. Also, that didn't help me, not being used to warm, didn't help me at Rocky Raccoon. That's probably one of the things that got me dehydrated, and so because it was a hot day, and we've been training in the cold so much. And did I mention I'm on my way to pick up Kai from bike practice, his triathlon team's bike practice. And so I'm running, and also I'm running on just obscene amounts of, I wouldn't say fuel, but just like heavy stuff. There's a cyclist. Go, dude, go. Good cadence. I like it. And squirrel. So after my bike ride, on my bike ride, I ate, before I went out there, I ate 2 scrambled eggs with guacamole and salsa, coconut oil, and a bowl of Ezekiel cereal, kind of spread out, and then biked on that and an Amrita bar, and then on the bike ride, Perpetuum and Hornet juice and whatever, and I biked really well. And then I got off the bike and I had a sandwich and kind of lazed around just for like half an hour, and then got on the treadmill and started running, and I was able to run. I was able to run on this just ungodly sandwich, and I think there was something else I ate along with it, a chunk of cheese or something like that with it too. And it was a Ezekiel bread, which is hardcore bread. That stuff is just brutal. And then ham and turkey deli meat, lots of it. And what was the other thing I put on there? Guacamole and salsa on this thing. And then I ran on that. I ran for 90 minutes, and I was a little surprised at how slow my pace was because of the fatigue from the bike ride, And that's why you bike after you run, to get a realistic expectation of really what you can do on race day. And then, what was I doing? I had a point. Oh, and then when you're running, it's harder to take on fuel. But let's say you're coming off the bike, you load up on fuel, like Hillary Biscay said, you load up on fuel before you hit the run, and then run on that. So that's kind of like what I was simulating. And I had plenty of energy throughout the run. I ran 90 minutes on the treadmill with, I mixed in 3 intervals of 10 minutes of 8% grade. Simulating hills. Not that there's any hills in any of the races I'm doing coming up, nothing major, but just to improve the strength in the legs without driving the heart rate up too much, And if you'll notice that you can run uphill and it works the leg muscles but you don't necessarily have to drive your heart rate up to do it, because the incline is hard enough as it is, and it works the leg muscles. So that was a really good run. And then I went to a Cub Scout thing and almost went to go watch the girl MMA fight on TV at a friend's house. Didn't, which was good because it only lasted 66 seconds anyway. And then this morning got up and went longer on the bike, same speed, actually 1/10 of a mile per hour faster. Went same speed, but farther, went 60-something miles, 66 miles. So 3 hours and 11 minutes, 20.8 miles per hour at relatively the same watts, and was still able to have a really good workout, and same breakfast as yesterday, one less egg, because I wasn't quite as hungry. And then on the, there was something significant. Oh man, for fuel, I have Perpetuum, and I added the Hornet juice to the Perpetuum and then squirted in some honey and shook that up. And whoa, holy crap, that was badass, man. Talk about fuel. And then I didn't bring enough. And so then as I had, because I'm going a little bit further, so I didn't really plan my fuel exactly right. And I'm always telling people to bring extra. I just finished writing an email telling somebody to always bring extra fuel. And then I end up not bringing enough fuel. But, well, I did have enough so that I wouldn't bonk. But I didn't have that. I just had a flask of honey. And the honey, just straight honey, was a little bit too sugary. But I could feel the main fuel wearing off, and I was just kind of sipping on honey to make it back home. And it went well. It went really well. So, but then I had the news segment I wanted to record with Sonja and take Kai back and forth from bike practice. So I didn't run right afterwards. But I'm going to run tonight, hour and a half. And what was I going to say? I'm going to take Kona with me on the run. Now I'm hungry. I'm drinking Soda Stream water. And the weather today on the bike, like 60, 65 degrees, very little wind, and overcast. That's the best biking weather that we've got. And I'm out in the countryside. I took a picture of a barn, and then there's gunshots going off in the woods because there's people can hunt, on their private property around here. It really was. That's some Soda Stream water right there. It really was quite the beautiful day. So now I'm sitting here waiting for Kai to finish up his bike practice wherever he is right now. I'm in a parking lot waiting for him to show up. And I'm going to get a little bit of coaching done. Ultraman finished today. 21 hours for the male winner. I forgot the female winner's time. But we need to have Ultraman in Texas. That would be really, really, really cool. So I don't have to travel all the way to Florida to do this thing. If we had it in Texas, I would totally do it. I would jump on it this year, right now. Anyway, with the biking and running, so just increasing the distance, a little bit here, increasing, and then as you increase the distance on your long workouts, on the bike stuff, you get smarter at fueling and pacing and what is a hills that how hard you should go up stuff and how easy, and then also a training tip. The longer you go, you start going from a 2-hour bike ride, a 1 hour to a 2 hour to a 3 hour, and I would increment by half an hour, maybe 15 minutes too. 20 minutes sounds about right then. About 20 minutes per bike ride, per long bike ride, to get them longer without it being too scary, until you're up to let's say you're doing Ironman, up to 5 hours, and then the longer you go, the less you need to mix in any intensity. The distance, the time, the increased time is the intensity. The growth is the intensity. And if you have even mild hills wherever you live, then they're built in. The intensity is built in. That extra few hills that you're adding in 20 minutes, what is it? It'd probably be like 3 hills, 4 hills. Then that is the extra intensity to improve you. So you don't have to go out of your way to do any hill work. Once you start going longer and longer and longer and longer and longer, say like 3 hours. Yeah. Well, I just noticed this time I went from a 2.5 hour bike ride to over a 3 hour bike ride. And I was like, by the time I got to the end of that 3 hour bike ride, I was like, man, I don't need to be pushing it at all to get any sweet spot or, intervals or anything like that. And the workout itself, just the distance is freaking work. That'll improve me next time around. So anyway, and I've got the X-Lab Torpedo bike mount, and I like it. Works pretty good. So let's see, I got the carbon one. I've decided, that my bike is pretty much the only thing that I spend money on to make nice. Everything else I'm pretty much a cheapskate on. So I'll have that one thing where I, if it's the plastic versus the carbon, I'll get the carbon. It's little options kind of here and there where you choose the nice version over the crappy version just to get by. On the bike, I'll spend the nice version, and then I have a nice bike. And that's my one thing that I have that's really, really nice. So, all right. That's it. Out. Bang. Here they come. All right. 1.5 hour run. Wrap up the week. I think it's 16 and a half, maybe almost 17 hours for the week. So 3 hour and 11 minute bike ride this morning, 66 miles. On the tri-bike, aero position almost the entire way. Let's see how well I ran tonight. Let's look at the numbers here. Stopping the watch. It'll give me a summary of my workout. All right, started at 7:30. 10.8 miles, which is 7.2 miles per hour. Ooh, an 8:17. Gonna have to run faster than that at Ironman. But it was actually all math, so it was kind of I would say it was an easy pace. That would be my marathon pace, what I was running. But could I do that on the bike after biking 112 miles? I don't know. So a 10-hour Ironman, I think, is an hour and 6 swim, 5:20 bike, and it might be an hour swim, a 5:20 bike, and a 3.5 hour marathon plus transition time. I'm walking the half block to my house to cool off. So I ran that after dinner, like really soon after dinner. And we had shrimp and grilled fish. I grilled a whole bunch of meat on the grill so that we have meat for the rest of the week. Chicken, steak, shish kebabs, shrimp, fish, just massive amounts because we're having company over, so I just barbecued a ton. And Emily got all weird. She's like, "Take your shirt off. You look manly, sexy." While barbecuing. I'm like, "Okay, you're getting weird." And then, but I did take my shirt off. And then Kai took his off. He's like, "What about me?" And so running right off all that food, not a problem at all. It didn't upset my stomach at all. And then I ran an 8:17, so that's pretty good pace. 10.8 miles. And then I kept eating while I was running. And I'm like, well, the upside is I don't need any recovery food after that. I'm loaded up with carbs as it is and protein. And actually, when I was sipping on honey, it made my stomach upset. Like, it's too simple sugar. And I actually like the complex and a little bit of protein at this moment. All right, I'm done. Out. Bang. All right, that's it. This show is a wrap. Man, next few episodes are going to rock your world. We have Ben Greenfield, who's I think we're going to talk about his book that's coming out, which is always dietary in nature. And then I have gone and done something crazy. I have lined up an interview, which I'll record tonight, with Jesse Kropelnik. I have trouble saying his last name unless it's right in front of me, and we're going to have him tell us his last name. But he is the head coach of QT2 or Q2T, I'll have to look it up, systems, and this is the coach of AJ Balco, who we had on just a few episodes ago, who wrote a couple of articles about metabolic efficiency is one thing, but you really shouldn't be shorting yourself on calories when you work out, and you should be training yourself actually to get in more calories if you're doing long distance training. And on the surface, it sounds exactly opposite of what Phil Maffetone is preaching, but I'm not really sure it is. And my calorie intake, I've worked on metabolic efficiency and got it so that my workouts, I don't need all that much. I definitely need fuel, whatever, but I just don't need that much. His school of thought is if you're doing long distance stuff, well, you don't eat enough, and then and you keep on going, and then you're in a way, well, very specifically, your stomach forgets how to take in calories when you need it, and then you get sick or don't want to take in calories when you need it, and then you start catabolizing, I guess is the word, your muscles and stuff like that for fuel, turning your muscles turn your muscles into carbohydrate, protein into carbohydrate, and that's how you end up with rhabdomyolysis. Rocky Raccoon. And so after my experience at Rocky Raccoon, I thought I'd really talk to this guy, and I'm really honored to have him on the show. He's a big deal. So I've lined up that interview, and we'll talk to him tonight. So Ben Greenfield, and I want to be clear, I am not trying to create controversy in nutrition to confuse people. I'm actually looking for clarity, and I think there's probably some middle ground in all this, or something that's true across all what these people are saying. And I'm trying to get to the bottom of this. And I don't like putting stuff out like the news does at night to scare you or make you think that you're doing totally the wrong thing and you totally got to do this one way. I like just finding out everything, and then you can pick and choose, put stuff into practice, and see what really works for you. I definitely have questions like if eating all that high carbohydrate during workouts, does that lead to would that lead to diabetes over time because you're just pouring on carbs, or is because your body's in the burning mode, it's burning them right off, and what's the problem? And then your daily diet, you're eating healthy, and not piling on extra carbs then, and so then are you fine? Is the mistake where people are having problems with putting on weight and getting diabetes and stuff like that because they're eating like they're working out when they're not working out, right? So anyway, and then we have Strong Like Bull coming up. We're leaving in less than a week to go to Strong Like Bull in Spain. So we're going to have a lot of fun doing that. I'll probably turn that into 2 episodes, so a lot of stuff. All right, I'd like to give a shout out to Sunto. I was talking to Bill Porter with Sunto, and lots of cool stuff coming from the Sunto watch, is what I understand, and the whole industry of smart watches and Bluetooth connected watches and alerts and heart rate straps and power meters and all kinds of cool stuff is getting really, really hot, and so a lot of advancements really quick. So that's always really fun to watch. All I want, I want a lot of things on a watch. I'm really hard to please, but I want my watch to have an alert, so that you don't have to look at your phone, dig your phone out to see what your phone's buzzing about, right? So that's a Bluetooth connection. And then the heart rate strap to be built into the watch too. And so there's watches that are starting to do this. And then a little vibrate motor in the watch to alert you. But I want it to be like a nice looking heavy duty watch like Sunto makes, where they're really pretty and like industrial grade, and like a diving watch company would make, where it's tough, man, and sports oriented. They know what they're doing. So there's all that. All right, so I think that's it. Yeah, I'm not going to drag it out. Oh, go check out. Man, I want to play it so bad. I'll let you check it out, though. The very end of Rich Roll's interview with Casey Neistat he's a filmmaker, and he says on the Rich Roll podcast, it just came out, he says that ideas are cheap. Everybody has ideas. They're worth a penny for your thoughts. Yeah, because ideas, anybody can come up with ideas. It's actually execution that makes it happen. It was so motivational and so desperately needed to be heard by so many of us that have so many ideas and then they never come to life. No, the key is to make it happen. Show me what you've done. Don't tell me about what you want to do. Show me what you've done. Until then, your ideas are just a dime a dozen, man. They don't even, what's that, less than a penny? So they're cool, but they're worthless, so go out and execute, man. Show me your willpower to go train for an Ironman, for a 10K, for a sprint triathlon. Don't tell me how you want to do it. Show me. And then in the showing, it gets done. All right? I'll leave you with that. All right, be safe out there. Everybody, work the uphills, cruise the downhills, and keep the rubber side down. Out.
Home.